Sup, y'alls? ZF Snakehair. And in this final week of the calendar year, there's many of y'alls who are ass deep in the ever infamous post-holiday blues. Only 3 short days ago, there y'all were, as in olden days. The happy golden days of yore, where through the years you all would be together. But the fates just didn't allow that, did they? Because as the Yuletide music suddenly stops, and the red and green lights cut to black, and the financial ruin that you undoubtedly caused yourself in this season of giving becomes rapidly apparent, you are left with the cold, the darkness, and the realization that the only thing you celebrated was an illusion. The only thing you gifted to anyone was delusion. Or perhaps if you're like us and you don't need a holiday, a tradition, or even the calendar to know when it's time to prepare for and embrace the psychological shit show, because that time is all the time. W's in the chat if so. Then the only thing that needs to be said, the only factual truth that is independent of any meaningless tradition, is that it is the end of the year. And what better way to end the year than with a double feature starting with The Price of Flesh. Bear with us for just a moment, y'alls. Oh, don't we all just fucking love OBS? Here we go. Now then, before we begin, this game is 18 plus. This game includes many triggering themes ranging from murder, gore, and suicide to sexual assault. It is not for minors. If you are under 18 and someone is showing you this game, get away from that person. For more information about triggers, please visit the warnings page. And let's take a quick look at that. We can, throughout this stream, look forward to animal harm, animal death, images of animal remains, new symmetry, unaliving themes, drowning, knife violence, gun sounds, such as that, and audio-visual hallucinations, and sexual assault and rape. Blah, blah, fucking blah. And now, without further ado, let's get right to it. Oh, all these fucking pronouns and shit. Oh, let's just go with they or them. Hey, they're waking up. Oh, just a sec. Something was pressed against my face. I barely had time to register the sound of a car's engine before I passed out again. Where? Whoa. Where am I? I looked down, horrified to see only shackles. I couldn't see anyone else. Hello? Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang through speakers placed around the room. Good evening and welcome! Ladies and gentlemen, I've got a treat for you. They're fresh, healthy, and alert. I'm sure they'll be versatile enough to fulfill any of your needs. The voice chuckled softly. Now, I'm sure you all know the drill. I'll start asking questions, and you lovely folks can begin bidding at any time. Get on with it. Shut up unless you're bidding. Heh, you sound like a hag. You little shit. I bet you couldn't even afford anything here. Get back to... Now. Shouldn't we save our passion for the main event? For a moment, the voices went silent. Shall we ask our item questions and begin the bidding? Yes, please. Ha ha! Excellent! Let's begin! We'll start bidding at 100. I wondered briefly about what it was even 100 of. I decided I didn't want to know what I was worth. Here's our first question. What are you doing here? How the hell should I know? 100. Wonderful! Now, do you consider yourself to be athletic? Kind of. 120. 130. Here's a fun one. Are you scared? What the hell kinds of questions are these? I glowered at the windows and kept my mouth shut. 140. Okay, let's see. How much money do you make? I'm practically broke. 150. Good. Okay. How well do you follow instructions? I can follow instructions just fine. Oh, 160. Ooh, this one's interesting. Are you a virgin? Ooh. Oh. You know, y'alls, as a tribute to the person who inhabited this soul container before me, we'll just say yes. 210. You're disgusting. Shove a sack in it, bitch. Don't worry, just a couple left. Do you enjoy camping? I stood there stunned for a moment. What does that have to do with any of this? I hate camping. I look down. I'd rather be camping than here, though. 220. All right. You're doing wonderfully. Last question. Who would you like to go home with? What? I looked at the windows across from me in the dark room. Whoever the two in the blue and red windows were, they both gave me a bad feeling. If they were that rude to each other, I probably didn't stand a chance. Might as well go with the more polite one. I pointed at the green window. Can't take that stuck-up blue window bitch either. Why don't you come home with me instead? 2:30. Gosh, you really can't keep that mouth shut, can you? Are you really one to talk? With all that money, I bet your mouth's open all the time. You disgusting little prick. You call me a little one more time, I'm gonna have to show you. 7:30. The low voice growled through the room. Both of the other windows went silent. Even the announcer seemed to be stunned. No more bids then? The voice quieted down gruffly. Good. The announcer took a moment to regain his composure. I hear 7:30. Anyone else? Sold to my robust friend in the green. We'll prepare the shipment to send out with you right away. Thank you very much for coming. Shipment? What did that mean? I felt a sharp jab in my ankle. I tried to bend down to inspect the pain, but I just crumpled to the floor. The pain. There was pain in my leg and I couldn't move. I was seeing double and trying to speak. But I passed out. I woke up coughing. It's cold. Huh? I can't see. I took a moment to try and regain my bearings. I'm lying down. My hands are tied and I'm blindfolded. I pushed down at the wave of panic rising in my chest. I'm wearing something warm, but a cold wind is biting at my face and hands. I'm definitely outside. Oh. My panic exploded from my controls. I heard the gruff voice and heavy footsteps approaching. Look at you, already awake. I felt the nudge of a boot and tried to get away from it. Who are you? Where am I? I tried to keep my panic out of my voice, but it bled through anyway. Looks like you're about ready, eh? I could hear the heavy footsteps slowly circle my body. Now, the suits gave me a name for you. Bonehead. Is that right? Before I could answer, he continued. Anyway, suppose we might as well have it even. You can call me Mason, if you're the talking sort. Now I'm gonna be taking the blindfold off. Stand up. I might as well comply. It's not like I have much of a choice. I awkwardly scrambled before managing to get into a kneeling position. I took a deep breath and shakily got onto one foot, then the other. I half expected him to say something about how long I was taking. Yet I only heard silence. The crunch of a twig told me he'd gotten very close. That's better. A hand gripped against my blindfold. I stepped back and my eyes adjusted. This guy is huge. My eyes darted everywhere, trying to get as much information as I could. I looked down at myself and saw clothing I'd never seen before. I was wearing a warm outfit and coat. What the hell? Yep, it's a little late in the year. My attention snapped right back to him. Your job is to survive. The mountain's a dangerous place, understand? To my surprise, he held out a small backpack. Supplies for the mountain. I cautiously grabbed the backpack. I should probably take anything I can get at this point. I pulled the backpack over my arms and looked up to him. He nodded in approval. All right. He grabbed something from behind him. Run! I turned around, screaming internally at my body to move faster. I stumbled over roots, cursing my stiff legs. What the fuck was that? A crossbow? Just as I began to manage my muscles and the pounding blood in my ears, I heard a crack in front of me. I glanced to the side just in time to see a crossbow lodged deep in a tree beside me. I ran faster than I even knew I could. He's trying to kill me. I didn't know how long I ran for. I ran until my lungs felt like they were full of glass shards. I slowed, but I kept moving. Sucking in the cold air and forcing my aching limbs to move. Something caught my dragging feet and I fell to the ground. I laid there shaking, trying to process what was happening. I listened for him. Nothing, just wind through the trees. I took a few deep breaths and looked around myself. Everything looked the same, just trees and mountains. I held my arms close and tried to stay calm. The autumn was cold, was biting. It's colder than it looks out here. I have to find some way to get warm or that crossbow will be the least of my problems. I made it to the trees. I sat down against a large tree. One of the trees stood out among the rest. It's a lot bigger. If I could get to the top, maybe I could find a way out of here. I grabbed hold of the sturdier looking branches and began to climb the tallest tree. After some progress, my limbs began to ache from the effort. I kept moving, trying not to look down. Finally, I saw light. I moved a bit higher up and saw the tops of the trees around me. It might have been beautiful if I was in a different situation. I took a deep breath and looked around for any kind of road or something that could help me. I spotted the meadow I'd been released in and something dark, something man-made. I squinted. It was definitely a cabin. I took note of the sun's position and where the cabin was. It looked like I could get to it from that meadow. A gust of wind shook the top of the tree as I clung to the branches. It's pretty cold and dangerous up here. I'd better go back down. I carefully climbed back down to the tree for safety. I pulled out the crumpled paper and pencil. I need to remember where it was. I did my best to sketch something, so probably be better if I draw some other locations too. I put it away. It'll have to do for now. A cold wind rushed through the trees. I tried to shield myself from the bite. The pain in my limbs and face felt like tiny knives. I watched the tiny clouds form by my breath in the icy air. Somehow it didn't seem so cold. I wasn't shivering anymore. I felt tired. Where was I again? I looked at the ground around me. Maybe if I just rest a little. After following the sound of water, I came to a creek. The lazy stream was actually kind of pretty. It made me feel a little better. I searched around for some dry bits to start my fire with. Luckily, there seemed to be plenty to work with. I gathered some wood and started to work with the flint. As the spark caught the tinder, I felt a sigh of relief. The warmth from the flickering light reached my hands and filled me with comfort. I gasped as I woke up. I looked around myself to remember where I was. I groggily got back up. I pulled out the bag of trail mix from the bag, popped it open, and sniffed inside. I considered the idea that he might be trying to poison me, but why would he do that? He's made it pretty clear that he wants to hunt me. I grit my teeth at my own indecision before defiantly popping an almond into my mouth. Seems fine. Before long, I was devouring the contents of the bag. I was a little annoyed with myself for eating the whole thing, but the relief of not being hungry was worth it. cold wind rushed through the trees. I tried to shield myself from the bite. The pain in my limbs and face felt like tiny knives. As I walked forward, I noticed my pace was slowing. Something was wrong. I stopped and looked around myself. The birds, the animals weren't making any sound. I was knocked to my knees. Then I felt the pain. I gripped the ground and I half stifled a scream. I looked down and I could see the tip of a crossbow protruding from the front of my thigh. I quickly whipped around trying to see where it came from. He's here. I knew I couldn't run now. I moved quickly and tried to stay low as I looked for cover. The movement I saw was far away. I have enough time. I spotted a dip in the ground and the fallen trunk of a dead tree. I slid in close and laid down against the ground. I tried to steady my breathing and listen past my protruding heartbeat. Soon the slow and soft crunching of dead leaves hit me. I bit my lip as the sound got closer. Soon he was so close I could swear I could hear him breathing. No. A low, quiet chuckle. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself. Then the footsteps walked away. I dug my fingers into the earth below me. He was really leaving. I stayed there long after I couldn't hear him, until I couldn't feel my hands, and I was certain he was gone. As I tentatively moved to sit up, I became more aware of the throbbing in my leg. I won't be able to walk with this. I gripped the tip poking out of my pant leg in the front. Then the pain came flooding back. I clenched my teeth and pulled hard. Thankfully, the bolt came out fairly easily. I held my leg with as much pressure as I could, hoping that it would stop the bleeding. Judging by the slow ooze of blood, it hadn't managed to hit any major artery. I breathed slowly on the ground, clutching my leg. I ran through the trees. The hollow thud of my feet on rotting ground echoed my heartbeat. Wind and branches clawed at my body, desperately clinging tighter and tighter as I ran with more desperation. My footfalls increasing pace and with the terror bubbling up, threatening to choke me. Then suddenly I spilled out into the open. I gasped and sucked in my breath. I filled myself with the damp and gentle decay. It was warm and welcome. Gravity pulls my attention to the water. Black water. The inky surface was still as the night around me. Something pulled me. I stepped forward into the water. I wandered forward. Deeper beckoned. As I slid deeper, my legs brushed against the roots, claws, bones. So you've started to wander? I couldn't move. A deep sense of dread filled me to the core. Hunter's prey. This place and time will define you, and I'll be waiting. I gasped as I woke up. I looked around myself and remembered where I was. I groggily got back up. I searched the rocky area near the water for something useful. Nothing much has changed since I got here. A pile of leaves caught my eye, and something about it bothered me. I looked around it. I don't think this was here before. I crouched near the leaves and lifted a few of them. Fuck. It's a damn bear trap. I nearly fell backwards, glad I hadn't set it off. I took a moment to calm down. Okay, I have to disarm this. I looked around and easily found a large branch. I gulped and moved the branch over the trap. Please don't be too loud. I squeezed my eyes shut and brought the branch down onto the trap's center plate. Instantly, the crack of splintering wood rang out, and I felt the jerk of the wood in my hands. My hands felt clammy. It was hard not to imagine what that would have been like on my leg. I shook my head and dropped the branch. Now that the trap wasn't a danger, I wondered if I could possibly use it, although it looks really heavy. Dragging it around would be difficult. This is just too good of an opportunity. Now, if I could figure out how to set this, I could really turn the tables. I swung the trap off my back and onto the ground with a dull thud. Whew, this thing is really heavy. I looked over the device. To get it open again, I guess I would just need to press these side spring things down. I stepped on one side of the trap. To my surprise, I barely pushed it down at all. I put all my weight on it. I moved down a bit, but it sprung back up. There's no way I can press both sides down and pull it open. I struggled with it for another few minutes before giving up. There must be something about this thing that I'm missing. I let out another defeated sigh and swung the trap back over my shoulder. Damn. I made it to the meadow. I sat down and rested by the clearing. I stopped for a moment and looked up. It was striking. I had never seen the stars so clearly. It was beautiful and unsettling. I had the strangest sense of butterflies in my stomach as for a split second, it felt like I could fall up away from the earth. As soon as it came, it passed. I stared up at the stars. I think I'm going in the right direction. I pushed past more trees. There. Suddenly, a break in the trees led to the side of a wooden cabin. To my frustration, there was no sign of any road. Just thick forest on all sides. How the hell does he get out of here? I could try looking inside. I slowly opened the door. I wasn't sure if I was shaking from the cold or from worry. I moved in so slowly, terrified of making a sound. Eventually, I was able to peek inside. Dark. I opened the door and poked my head in. Once my eyes adjusted, I could see bones and furs. It smelled musty, but it was warm. And sort of cozy in a way. I'm not sure if I should stay here long. I spotted a clamp on the table among some other metal tools. Wait, I could use that. I snatched the heavy tool. It's a bit rusty, but it's the perfect size. I swung the trap down off my back and laid it on the floor. I licked my lips in concentration and positioned the screw clamp around one of the springs. It took some effort to twist the screw, but I managed to actually push the spring down. Halfway there. I looked on the table for something to keep the spring closed and spotted a C-shaped metal holder. It was the same rusty metal as the clamp. This must be what those tools are for. I placed the holder on the spring and got to work on the other side. I sweated with effort and nervously listened for footsteps. I'm so close now. There. Phew. I wiped my forehead and looked down at my handiwork. The savage-looking trap was set once again. Who even sells this shit? It must be illegal. I shook my head and got back to the task at hand. I needed a plan. I scanned the floor of the cabin for a good spot. Oh. I grinned at the large fur on the floor. Well, that's easy. I dragged the heavy trap over carefully and covered it gingerly with the skin. It's not as obvious anymore, but I still need him distracted. I gulped. The best bait would be me. I wanted to just leave the trap, but this would be the only way I could make sure he wouldn't see it. I steadied my nerves and took my position in the corner of the room. If he's looking at me, he won't see it. And if this doesn't work, I'll be dead eventually anyway. It really is the only way. I clenched my teeth and waited. I was weary and terrified, but I stayed alert. It felt like hours, until finally I heard a rustling next to the door. Adrenaline flooded my body. This is it. The door creaked open, and there he was. He looked surprised for a moment before gaining his composure. "You came right to me, eh? I need to do something." I pulled out my little knife and got into fighting stance. Ha! I like this. He pulled out his own knife. It wasn't much larger than mine. You're shaking like a leaf. I gritted my teeth and held my stance. Come on, just a little closer. I made a partial lunge forward, and that was enough. He came at me quickly. Ah! Ah, you! I was frozen for a moment. It worked. Although now he was between me and the door. A glint caught my eye. He dropped his knife. A shady smirk crossed my lips. At the same time, a spark of fear showed in his eyes. He was practically growling like a cornered animal. I climbed over the chair, just out of his reach, and got behind him. He awkwardly tried to turn to face me, but he froze when he felt my blade on his throat. I gripped his hair and pulled his head back. Something inside me was roaring. Maybe it was the adrenaline. Maybe I'd been through too much. I looked in his eyes. Fun's over, bitch. With one overly harsh movement, I brought the blade through his neck. The gash was enormous and immediately poured blood out and onto the cabin floor. The grisly sight didn't bother me at all. Rather, I felt a rush. I felt high. Is this what he does? Is this why he does all this? I wiped my blade on his motionless coat. After I made my kill, it was relatively easy to search the place at my leisure. I patched myself up and kept looking. Eventually, I found keys, a compass, and some crude notes about a slashed Jeep. He kept it covered, far from the cabin. As I drove back to civilization, it felt like I was watching someone else. It was surreal. I was really gonna go home. But I suppose I'll never be the same again. All right, y'alls. Think we're off to a good start. Now, let's go with the woman in the blue window, shall we? I thought about the voices I'd heard. The voice behind the blue window seemed a little softer than the others. I suppose if I had to choose a safer option, I pointed at the blue window. I heard her light laugh. That's not too surprising considering your options. I heard an obnoxious snort. You sound so full of yourself. You should relax and let someone fill you with something else for once. 2:30. 3:30. What the fuck? What's wrong? Did Daddy not give you a big enough allowance? Her laugh was quiet and cruel this time. That's what I thought. I hear 3:30. Anyone else? Ha ha! Sold to the elegant lady in blue. We'll prepare the shipment to send out with you right away. Thank you so much for coming. My head hurts. I slowly opened my eyes and pried my face off the hard surface it was stuck to. A desk? I tried to pull away from the desk, making a loud clang. Handcuffs. Each of my hands was handcuffed to a desk leg, keeping me painfully seated in the chair and bent low. And my clothing, I didn't even recognize it. Finally, I gasped at the face of the woman looking down at me. Who? I don't know what they drugged you with, but I was starting to worry you'd just lay there drooling forever. Are you awake now? Good. My name is Celia. You may call me Celia or ma'am. She stepped a bit closer, eyeing me up and down. Something about her sharp gaze sent a shiver down my spine. This is the part where you introduce yourself. My name is Bonehead. I didn't see the point of resisting in this position. For a moment, she just kept looking at me. Appraising. Good. She walked in front of the desk and tapped it gently with her nail. You were very expensive, so I'm expecting you to perform. Just do as you're told. It isn't that hard. If you're good, you'll get to live. I'll bring you food and take care of you. If you're not, then you'll suffer. Simple? Suddenly, the sound of a phone alert dinged. She turned around and started rapidly tapping at her phone. Fucking moron. My gaze wandered around the old dirty room. It definitely looks like it was abandoned. My eyes locked onto a dark stain by my feet. What the fuck? That was definitely blood. My attention was snapped away from the stained carpet as I heard her hiss a string of curses under her breath. Right. Apparently, I have to go babysit some man children at work. I have to go. I think there's been some kind of mistake. I didn't sign up for this, dude. I was kidnapped. That's not my problem. Now shut up. I'll be back later. She stepped towards the door. You just gonna leave me like this? I pulled at the handcuffs. If you're a good little mouse, then maybe you'll get somewhere more comfortable next time, She pulled open the door, and then she was gone. I heard the click of her heels on the floor disappear outside. Soon after, only the mechanical hum of the fluorescent lights remained. There didn't seem to be anything I can do. I laid my head down and tried to get comfortable. I shuffled slightly in the chair. I think I can smell some kind of mold. What the hell does this woman Celia even want with me? Why is she doing this? My forehead hit the desk with a single thud. There's nothing I can do to figure any of this out. The faint hum of the lights was interrupted by the light tapping of someone approaching the door. My heart rate jumped. A second later, she entered the room. There you are. Did you have a comfortable night? I honestly had no idea what time it was. I kept my head low. Well, now we've actually got plenty of time to break you in. I have a special job for you that I've been waiting for. She produced a black bag and another set of handcuffs. Something about my expression must have caught her eye because she let out a light laugh. Don't worry, I'm not gonna kill you. Not if you behave anyway. We're just gonna play a little role-playing game. She walked behind me and placed the bag over my head. Please, I don't want to do this. Oh, you're already begging? I felt her hand touch my shoulder briefly. I think you're gonna be good at this. I felt the drawstring of the bag tighten around my head. It was scratchy, but still loose enough to breathe through the bag. I felt the click of a second pair of handcuffs around one of my hands. I felt a surge of adrenaline. She's gonna uncuff me from the desk. I wasn't really in a good position to fight back. I can't see at all. The thought of being moved from my uncomfortable position at the desk was enough to make me compliant. I felt her open the cuff on my left hand. I let my arm go limp and the metal dropped away. I heard her make a small sound of approval before she closed the second pair of cuffs, binding my hand together behind my back. It was a relief to finally be out of that position. She grabbed my shoulders and guided me away from the desk. I couldn't see anything, so I stepped forward timidly. On your knees. There wasn't much point in arguing. I crouched down and lowered myself to my knees as instructed. Now. I heard the creak of the office chair I previously occupied. It's time for some fun. Your name is Edward. You steal ideas and have the composure of a weasel. I heard the chair creak again and her voice was closer. You're a bottom-feeding parasite who is incapable of original thought. Her voice had taken a much sharper tone. Isn't that right? Yes, ma'am. That's right. I felt her heel on my back for an instant before being shoved face first into the ground. I groaned against the scratchy black bag as I felt her walk to my side and place a heel on my back. You fucking vermin. She started pressing the sharp heel of the shoe into my flesh. You think you can screw with me? You. I writhed as she ground the heel down. Are worthless. I couldn't help but writhe in pain. The sound seemed to affect her since the weight of her foot left my back. I laid still as she paced quickly next to me. Get up. I got off the floor and onto my knees. Two angry taps of her shoes approaching were all the warning I had before being kicked ruthlessly in the side. I couldn't breathe. I curled on my side, gasping, trying to get my lungs to work. I'll crush you. I barely got a single gasp in before a second kick stabbed into my stomach. I clamped my mouth shut to keep the contents of my stomach down. Everyone'll see you broken, and I'll laugh. When I finally managed to wheeze, I immediately began coughing. I laid on the ground, coughing and suppressing pained whimpers. I couldn't tell where she was. I listened and began to notice her breathing. She was practically panting. And her breathing became quiet. I might as well play along. And Lilith. My voice was shaking with uncertainty. I hoped this was what she wanted. She was silent for a long moment. Then I heard her sit down in the chair again. Crawl for me. There's no point in salvaging pride now. I barely held in a whimper as I scrambled to get back onto my knees from the floor. I struggled for balance with my hands cupped together. I awkwardly crawled towards the sound of her voice. I flinched as I felt her shoe on my head through the bag, but she didn't put as much pressure on as before. She seemed to be just resting it there. I didn't dare move, so I just laid there and tried to ignore my throbbing ribs. I felt her foot move a bit and heard some soft shuffling. I tried to stay calm instead of imagining what she would do next. My fear slowly turned to curiosity as I heard nothing from her but breathing. What? I kept listening, realizing that her breathing was getting a bit louder. Then I noticed the weight of her foot was shifting rhythmically. Oh my gosh, is she? I instantly froze up. Did she just moan? My mind went in several directions at once before settling on staying still. At least she's not kicking me. The pressure of her foot increased lightly, grinding my face into the bag. I accidentally let out a muffled whimper. She responded with a harder press and a more audible moan. Her foot jerked against my head, and I heard her breathing slow and deepen. I could feel my own face flushing as she shoved me a final time, breathing out a cry through clenched teeth. I jerked in surprise as the chair suddenly creaked and she got up. She took only a moment to catch her breath and pat her clothing. Very good. You're a natural. I felt her pacing for a few moments. She walked back to me and yanked my bag off abruptly. I kept still as she stared at me sharply. She seemed to be mulling over some decision. Suddenly, she stood up straighter and walked to the door. I think we're done here, for now. Her gaze dropped onto my handcuffs, and she chewed her lip for a moment. I tried to appear as non-threatening as possible. I guess I'll take those. Stay still. I watched her produce a tiny key and bend down. I stayed perfectly still. She popped open the metal restraints and took them. Don't make me regret that. Without any other words, she headed to the door and slipped out. I heard the click and lock of her quick steps fading away. I sat up, wincing. Well, I can sort of move around at least now. I rubbed the red marks on my wrist and thought about what to do next. I rummaged through all the cabinets and paper. Almost nothing but paper. A rusty stapler, batteries. There doesn't seem to be anything else I can use in here. I started at one end of the room and started going through everything. Every shelf and drawer was filled with dusty, discolored paper. Wherever this place is, people haven't been here in a while. I kept shuffling through everything. And at the back of the filing cabinet, something small and metal. A key. I quickly put it in my pocket. This is bound to come in handy. Wait, what's that? I saw something shine on the floor in front of the door. I crawled over to pick it up. Looked like a hairpin. Maybe she dropped it on the way out. I pushed the pin into the hole in the door handle. After some nudging, I managed to get a click. I turned the handle. It's opened. I peeked out of the room. A long hallway ended in what appeared to be sort of a lounge area. More cabinets and papers littered the place. Past the lounge area, there was a door. It looked like it went to another office. However, my attention was much more focused on what appeared to be an elevator. That could be my ticket out of here. I approached the elevator. The lights are all on. This should be working. I pressed the up arrow. I heard something. My heart started hammering as the elevator doors opened in front of me. I rushed inside. It was surprisingly clean compared to the rest of what I've seen. 8 floors, 3 basements. I looked above the door. Apparently I'm on B1. No wonder I haven't seen any windows. I pressed the button for the ground floor. I jumped at the loud beep. What? A light was flashing next to a slot. A card slot. No. Oh, no, no. I frantically tried the other buttons, even the second basement. Everything just made the light flash. I groaned in defeat. This fucking thing won't go anywhere without some kind of card key. I checked all over the small area. Not much to see in here. I closely examined the elevator's button panel. Has one of those little holes. Wait. I grabbed the pin from my pocket. Come on. I pressed the pin in and felt the pop. The front panel of the buttons came right off. Before I could look at the wiring, I was distracted by a piece of paper. What the hell? I carefully pulled out and unfolded the paper. Six, 2, 4, 7. Oh, 0, 2, 4, 7. Is this blood? I stared at the paper. I have no idea what this means. I folded it up and put it in my pocket. Then I looked back at the buttons panel. I don't think I can mess with this either. I carefully put the faceplate back on inside. So much for that. I walked through the lounge to the office door. No window, can't see inside. But there may be stairs inside, some way out. Of course, it's locked. I moved the handle on the door. It's unlocked. I entered the room and looked around. This must be some kind of break room, or at least it used to be. Wait. I focused on the sink at the side of the room. Water. I quickly ran up and turned on the tap. Nothing. I guess no one is paying for plumbing here. I sighed and sat down. I tapped on the screen of the vending machine. It's not powered. I checked around the back, but I couldn't find a cord for it. I sighed in frustration. I guess I could try reaching up in there. I carefully put my arm inside the old machine. I can't feel anything. I strained to reach further. I started moving faster. Something about this is making me nervous. Come on. I couldn't reach high enough. Oh? I felt the distinct shape of a can in the bottom corner of the machine. Jackpot! I pulled out my prize. Diet ginger ale. Well, beggars can't be choosers, I guess. My vision wavered. I'm so tired. I couldn't keep my eyes open any longer. I found a vaguely comfortable position and laid down. I was startled awake by the sound of the door opening. It was her again, and she didn't look happy. I instinctively moved back to the corner of the room. Relax. You're just keeping me company today. Come on. She turned and motioned for me to follow. Now. She disappeared outside the door. I tentatively stepped outside. I gulped and made sure to pretend I hadn't seen the hallway before. I took extra time to look at everything as if it were my first time outside the tiny room. But she barely seemed to be paying attention to me. She collapsed onto one of the dusty lounge chairs. I stood there, dazed from this bizarre situation. Sit. I jumped slightly at the abrupt command. I moved quickly to an empty spot on the floor in front of her and sat down. It was dusty and dirty, but I barely noticed. Good. Just sit there. Oh, right. You're probably hungry by now, right? To my embarrassment, I perked up like a dog. That's what I thought. She moved her coat and rustled through a plastic bag I hadn't noticed before. Then she held 2 items out to me. Oh my gosh, a bottle of water and some kind of wrapped deli sandwich. I gingerly accepted them. Seeing the food awakened my hunger so quickly that it startled me. She seemed to sink into her chair. She looked exhausted. I couldn't wait any longer, so I immediately opened the water and drank. I tried to eat carefully and quietly. I realized too late that she was aware that I was staring at her. What's that look for? Why would you want to relax, here? She narrowed her eyes at me. No. No, my home filled with 20-year-old doe-eyed cooks and cleaners and whatever the fuck else is not more comfortable. My disgusting piece of shit husband runs the place like he's some kind of discount Hugh Hefner. I watched her nails dig into the armrests until she suddenly let go and collapsed back into the chair. I don't even care that he fucks them. She let out a bitter laugh. Saves me the trouble. It's their faces. Subservient, mewling sheep. Always looking at the floor. They're so young, but they're already broken. Someone bought their dignity and gave it up just like that without a fight. It disgusts me. I couldn't help but gulp the parallels between her sheep and myself. That doesn't sound very comfortable. She gestured sarcastically at her surroundings. Hence my arrival here. She closed her eyes and leaned back. I briefly looked around the room with a jolt of adrenaline. She's hardly paying attention. Don't even think about it. I froze. Can she read my mind? We're gonna have a simple, relaxing evening. I'm not gonna hear my husband's voice, and you're not gonna give me any trouble. I slowly let the air out of my lungs. Maybe I should just enjoy the break. I returned my attention to the deli sandwich. I don't know if it was the hunger, but it tasted like the best sandwich I ever had. I almost began to relax when I heard the buzz of a phone. For fuck's sake! She growled as she pulled out her phone. For a split second, I felt sorry for whoever was on the other line until I remembered my own position. No, I'm not home. I'm not at the office either. What do you want? It's none of your damn business, Harold. Fine. Yeah, I'll be there by 7. I flinched as she turned off the phone and fumed. Come on. She motioned for me to get up. I don't want to think about men for another second. I recoiled from her sudden outburst. Just follow me. I got up and followed her angry pace back to my small prison. Get in. I swear I could feel her anger in waves radiating from her body. I don't want that anger to be directed my way. I obeyed and heard the door slam behind me. I was sweating. I think I dodged a bullet. I slumped to the floor, alone again. I pushed the pin into the hole in the door handle. After some nudging, I managed to get it click. Turned the handle and it was open. I pressed the key into the lock of the door on the edge of the lounge. To my surprise, it easily went all the way in. Oh shit, it's the right key. I slowly opened the door. I tentatively opened the room. Definitely an office. It's cleaner though. Somebody's been in here. I stopped in place and noticed something out of place. A picture of a man printed out and blown up. And darts in it. Celia must use this room. And she must really hate whoever that man is. Something about this room made me really nervous. But she might keep something useful in here. I checked around the office floor. It's actually pretty clean in here. There's pretty much nothing on the... Huh? There's something going up the wall behind the bookcase. I grabbed the bookcase and shoved it to the side. It's a door. I looked down with a keypad. I could feel my heart rate increasing. If she took this much care to hide this, then it must be the way out. And what were those numbers again? 0, 2, 4, 7. Oh, it worked. I opened the door and stepped into the darkness. Stairs. My excitement died in my throat. Down. Well, whatever is down here, she'd worked hard to hide it. I have to check it out. I descended the stairs and turned the corner. What the fuck? I froze and stared. A tarp? What? Blood? What? And whatever the hell was going on with those mannequins. What has she been doing down here? I started to look around the disturbing room. There's so many stains. I shook my head. I need to concentrate. There was a lot of junk around, but it was hard to imagine being able to use any of it. I nearly gave up before a small glint caught my eye. I went back over to a pile of junk in a corner. It's a spool of wire. I bent down to pick it up. I pulled a bit off the roll. This is really strong and sharp. think I might be able to use this. I shoved it in my pocket. I better move this bookshelf again. I grunted as I pushed the shelf back to where I found it. I entered the larger open area from the hallway. I slid the key into the lock and I locked the door. I entered the small, dim room. I gasped as I woke up. I looked around, remembered where I was. I groaned and shook myself alert. I nearly jumped at the sound of a low growl. It was just my stomach. I'm absolutely starving. I cracked open the can. I have no idea how old this is, but I'm seriously thirsty. I lifted the can to my lip. It's warm, but it tastes fine. Quickly gulped the rest, and I sighed with relief. My head already feels better. The clink of the door interrupted my thoughts. I jumped at the sound. Knock, knock! She entered the room briskly, and I realized I'd flinched backwards. She already noticed. Feeling a bit jumpy still? Suppose that's only natural. I noticed then that she was carrying a cardboard box. Well, there's no need to be skittish. I was thinking about you all day at work today, and I decided to bring you a little treat. I flinched as she stepped closer. Here. She placed the box onto my lap. There was something tense in her voice, something that made me scared to open the box. I looked up at her. Go on. I tentatively lifted the top. Huh? It's just a box of donuts, and they smell good. My stomach growled. Ooh, I can eat these? Well, of course you can, Mouse. They're for you. I trembled slightly as I took a donut from the box and took a bite. It's good. Tastes just like a normal donut. I began to register how hungry I was and took another bite. I almost forgot about her presence before I glanced up and saw her intent stare. She was focused on me like a laser. I was too hungry to worry about being watched. I silently ate the donut and swallowed. After I finished, I glanced up at her. I didn't tell you to stop. I glanced back down at the box. She doesn't expect me to eat all of these, does she? I grabbed another one and started eating. How does it taste? I swallowed my current mouthful. Good. Describe it. I shivered. It's sweet. The icing is smooth, and the dough's really cakey and soft. I had no idea what I was doing. I gathered a bit of courage between bites. Why? Just shut up and eat. I must have looked as confused as I felt because she sighed and began to answer. They were on my desk this morning. I'm sure it was that snake Jennifer. A little fake congratulations note on it and everything. I made sure to keep eating, but I couldn't make sense of the story. I'm not sure Oh, Ignorance really is bliss, isn't it? You don't get to where I am by eating whatever you want. If you're not an old man, you've got to do a lot more than just be good at your job. That hardly counts for anything. I have to be flawless. I need to recognize sabotage for what it is. And I have to stay 2 steps ahead. I gulped and shakily returned my attention to the pastries. Nothing like some good old-fashioned sexist workplace discrimination, am I right? Chocolate won next. I quickly picked out a chocolate donut as instructed. She took a few deep breaths watching me chew. Somehow it seemed to calm her down. I kept eating the donut awkwardly as she stared. I got to the 4th donut and began to struggle. I was so hungry before, but now I'm starting to feel sick. I don't think I can eat anymore. She studied me for a moment and bit her lip. 1 more. I breathed hard. I can do this. I slowly grabbed another donut and bit in. I struggled to keep it down. I was squirming slightly, trying to find a position that didn't hurt as much. I glanced up and saw that she seemed to be deeply enjoying the show. I just focused on the pastry and kept eating. There's a good little mouse. I managed to stuff the last bit down and groaned softly. My insides were aching, but Celia looked extremely satisfied. She walked to me and took the box. Not bad. I flinched slightly as she extended her hand. To my surprise, she just brushed a crumb from my face. I sat there stunned while my stomach lurched. I wish I could stay longer, but I could only afford a quick visit today. You understand, right? I couldn't think straight. I really did feel sick. I'll be back soon. With that, she turned around and left, closing the door behind her. I laid down and waited to feel better. Something tells me, might be a good time to set this trap, y'all. I pulled out the spool of wire. Unraveling a bit, I watched the light glint off of it. It's strong and hard to see. The idea for a trap quickly took shape in my mind. The door frame is metal. I crouched down to take a look. Screws. I pulled out the office key and used it to loosen the screws on each side of the door frame. Now I have something to tie the wire to. I twisted the wire around one protruding screw and then the other. I bent the wire back and forth and used the key to cut it off. I was sweating from the effort by the time I finished. But This looks like a really good trap. The wire only inches off the floor across the doorway was tough to spot. There's no way she'd notice it while she tried to enter the room. She'll trip for sure. And when she does, well, one step at a time. My heart raced as I moved to the wall beside the door. It was like being on autopilot. I held my breath, trying to listen to the pounding heartbeat between my ears, then the click of the knob turning. Ah! She crashed ungracefully to the floor. She didn't manage to break her fall at all. She was groaning in pain, but my focus was on the shining rectangle that slipped from her pocket. Beside her sprawled body was a card key. For a split second, I stood there, stunned into silence. I didn't think. I just moved. I jumped onto her back and pulled out the wire spool. I saw flecks of blood on the floor in front of her face. I pulled the length of cord and yanked it up under her neck. I felt her entire body stiffen under me with panic. She scrambled desperately as I pushed my knee into her back and pulled harder on the wire. I think she was trying to scream. I pulled so hard that the wire was cutting into the flesh of my hands. I didn't care. She thrashed under me like an animal. She couldn't seem to make any sound. I could see blood on her neck and her fingers as she tried to pull the wire away. The only sound was the dull thudding from her writhing and my horse bleeding. And my horse breathing. I felt like I was an animal too. I used all my strength, fueled by my own fear and panic. The wire was cutting into both of us. The thudding became quieter and the struggle became easier, but I didn't ease up. I pulled the wire as her resistance waned. Through her fingers and into her vulnerable neck, I kept pulling. Blood dripped from my hands, and soon she wasn't moving anymore. Only my panting was left in the room. Still, I kept the wire tight. I stayed there for long minutes after she stopped moving. I had to be sure. I don't know how long I stayed like that. The shaking of my hands caught my eye and brought me back into time. I let out a ragged breath and let go of the wire. I grimaced as I realized the wire wouldn't fall. I pulled it out of my flesh. Didn't seem to hurt. I looked past my bleeding hands. She's dead. I stumbled backwards off of her, and I shakily got to my feet after a couple failed tries. I killed her. There's blood everywhere. The card. I spotted the white card that fell from her pocket, snatched it up and held it. My hands smeared red all over it. I closed my eyes for a minute and began to move. I walked through the hallway to the elevator. I carefully slipped the card into the key slot. The light turned green. I slowly pushed the button on the ground floor. The doors closed and the elevator moved. I was moving. I was leaving. A small tone sounded and I left the elevator. I walked into the dark, abandoned office building and towards the light. Slowly, I pushed open one last door, and I was outside. The street light simmered, and rain fell on my face. The sound of the busy street was surreal. I turned and walked down the street as the blood was slowly washed from my hands. It's not like I even knew who any of them were. Maybe the youngest sounding one would be safer. I pointed at the red window. Oh, they're a smart one. Good taste. 230, 240. Fuck off. 250, 260. You wouldn't even know what to do with them. I heard the announcer chuckling softly. I guess he didn't care if they were fighting as long as the price went up. Why don't I show you firsthand what I plan to do with them? 270. Funny. Couldn't even afford to lick my shoe. Enjoy your toy, little boy. I hear 7 to it. I hear 270. Anyone else? Sold. To the ops gentleman in red. We'll prepare the shipment to send out with you right away. The sound of a motor began to cut through the darkness. Before I opened my eyes, I felt someone grab my arms. How are you still asleep? My eyes snapped open as the hands dragging me dropped unceremoniously into the hot sand. Wakey, wakey. I coughed in the dry heat. Where? My question died in my throat as I looked around and realized there were more people here. Wow, even cuter than the last one. Yeah. Hey, Derek, how much you pay this time? Shut the fuck up. He's not even denying it. What the hell's going on? It was apparent that the angry blonde guy was the one that brought me here. My arms were tied behind my back and my legs were tied together. I struggled to push myself to sit upright so I could see better. There were other people tied up like me, 2 men and a crying woman. I turned my attention back to our captors. I told you to call me Scorpion. Maybe you shouldn't have told us your name then, idiot. You don't have any idea who you're talking to. I could make you disappear and no one would ever find the body. Yeah, try it. He's so mad his fist is shaking. Whoever these people are, they don't seem to be friends. I froze as I saw another mask. The three arguing men were so loud that I didn't even notice a fourth man in the back. He seemed to be staring right at me. Come on, let's just start. Damn, Derek, you got the patience of a toddler. Shut up. I waited a whole fucking year for this. The sound of an approaching motor caught everyone's attention. Finally, I struggled against my binding. The terror building in my chest was telling me that I really didn't want to find out what these people were waiting for. The sound of the engine stopped with the muttering of the three men. The rope wasn't budging. There he is. Another man in a mask emerged, roughly dragging a bound woman. She was fully awake and widely thrashing. I recoiled back automatically as he came close and dumped her face first in the sand next to me. Damn, Jack, another wild one. Let me go. I flinched as I watched him kick her down to silence her. It's better this way. The older-looking masked man stood up straight, cracking his back and neck. So are we ready to get started then? Hell yeah! We should do First Blood again. It really sets the mood for the rest of them. Sets the mood. It's important. Sure, might as well kick it off. Yeah, okay. Which one, though? I want to chase mine. We can do one of ours. Hey, wait. We only really need one. Yeah, all right, fine. Ooh, the girl then. The crybaby. No, please. Are you okay with dropping one of yours? Yeah, sure. The one named Jack approached the sobbing woman and grabbed her. He dragged her to the middle of the group. I couldn't look away. Look how much she's crying already. I haven't even done anything yet. The panic on her face rose to a new level as Derek pulled out a large knife. Please don't. He grabbed a fistful of her hair and pushed the knife up to her throat. Keep begging. She sobbed loudly. Please! Suddenly she shrieked. While I was watching Derek, Jack had stabbed a switchblade into her inner thigh. My heart leapt into my throat. This isn't real. This isn't a joke. They're gonna kill her. I began to feel sick as I watched Derek squeeze the woman's breast as he laughed in her face. Jack cut away her underwear with the bloody switchblade he ripped out of her leg. They're not just gonna kill her. I can't watch this anymore. I couldn't move or scream or do anything to help her. I could only shrink back as I heard more shuffling, laughing, and screaming. Her crying and terrified screams only seemed to excite them all the more. I cringed away from the growing frenzy. She had stopped begging a while ago. She was only screaming wordlessly now. It rang through my head as I kept my head down and my eyes closed. I was shaking as I realized tears were rolling down my face, too. She was choking and sobbing now. The rhythmic slapping of flesh told me what else was happening, and I felt sick. I couldn't take it anymore. I looked away to the faces of the other captives. The skinny man was staring at the ground. The other man had his eyes shut tight, tears streaming down his face. The woman that Jack brought was watching every move with so much rage it sent a chill down my spine. We were probably all thinking the same thing. We're next. A glint of metal caught my attention past the chaos. It was the last man with the plain mask. He finally moved from his position. The others were too engrossed in their torture to notice his approach. I sucked in a breath as I saw him raise a large machete. My body jerked as I watched him bring down the weapon with so much force that she was instantly beheaded. I didn't know if it was shock or if everything really did go quiet for a moment. It felt like slow motion, like in a nightmare. What the fuck? You could have cut my hands off. The two men in lizard masks laughed to each other. Always right to the point, eh, Machete? Jack straightened himself up. I'm here to kill. The other men stared for a second before barking out a sharp laugh. Aren't we all? They all seemed to calm down while they cleaned off their blades and backed away from the corpse. All right, let's get this party started for real. I tried not to look at the woman's body and the spreading dark red in the sand beneath her severed head. The man with the mask approaches us. I scrambled, trying to get away, to no avail. He knelt down in front of the crying man and cut the ropes on his arms. The captive wasted no time in getting up and running out into the desert. He did the same with the skinny man, then the woman. The woman seemed to hesitate slightly before she ultimately ran as well. Then he turned to me. I knew he was just gonna cut my rope too, but I couldn't stop the terror flooding into my body as he got close. At this distance, I could see into the eye holes of his mask. I'd never seen such raw hatred. He wasn't laughing. As soon as I felt the rope fall away, my body reacted on its own. I leapt to my feet and ran with every bit of strength I could muster. I didn't know how long I ran for, but ultimately the heat and exhaustion won the battle against my terror, and I collapsed to the ground. I heaved and groaned on the coarse sand. It's so hot. If those psychos don't kill me, this desert probably will. I have to try and think straight and figure out what I'm gonna do next. I blinked in the bright sunlight and tried to get my bearings. Aside from sandy nothing, there seemed to be a rocky hill up ahead to my right and some sort of fissure down to my left. And the camp with those men behind me. I swiped the sweat from my brow. It's so hot and dry. I gulped and tried to ignore the sting of the sun. I stumbled slightly. The heat felt like it was coming in waves. The wavering horizon was beginning to make me feel sick. I fall to my knees. I feel sick. My head hurts, everything is spinning, I can hardly move anymore. I struggled to get back to my feet, swaying dizzily. If I don't get out of the sun... Wait, I heard something. The distant high-pitched motor of some kind of vehicle. This can't be good. There's no time to run. I got down low to the ground and tried to be as still and quiet as possible. As the motor drew closer, I began to hear more sounds. Terrified yelps and mocking laughter. I peeked towards the cacophony. It was the skinny guy and one of the psychos on a quad bike chasing him. I gasped as the running man turned directly towards me. Did he see me? Shit, there's no time to think. The thudding and yelling closed in on my position instantly, and for a long second, the running man looked into my eyes. Hey, there's something hiding in here. What the fuck? I got up to my knees in time to see this pursuer heading straight towards me. I got up and sprinted. The running man split off from me. I looked behind to see which target the bike was chasing. It's me. I turned ahead too late to stop myself from tripping over a dry bush. I barely had time to register the pain from the fall before 4 wheels skidded to a stop right next to me. He got off the bike, lazily swinging a metal bat. He sold you out. How does that make you feel? I tried to scramble away from him. Hey! I cried out sharply as he slammed the bat down on my leg. I asked you a question. Mad, damn it. He barked out another laugh. Yeah, I bet you are. He stepped closer to me. I knew we'd meet again, you know. In fact, I'm glad I found you instead. You. He tried to move back as I saw him raise the bat again. Pain and sound exploded from the side of my head as I was knocked into the dirt. Everything's ringing. I tasted blood. Belonged to me. I looked back to see he was crouched over me, his bat replaced with a large knife. I could kill you right now if I wanted to. But I've been waiting a really long time to have this kind of fun. He gripped my chin and forced me to look right at him. I've got a little deal for you, so listen up. It's a special deal just for you, since you're mine. You do as I say, exactly as I say, and I'll let you go. You can run around in the sand again, but if you fuck it up, I'll finish you off and go find that other guy again. So what's it gonna be? I'll do what you want. I want to live, damn it. I can swallow my pride. He stood up and flashed the knife. Get up on your knees. I gulped and reluctantly obeyed. Now, stick out your tongue. I eyed the knife nervously. My heart was pounding. If I say no, whatever he'll do would definitely be worse. I opened my mouth and stuck out my tongue. He leaned in and placed the knife's blade in my mouth. Let's put a smile on that face. There you go. I scrunched my eyes shut and braced for the pain, but that didn't prepare me. He dragged the blade slowly through my tongue. Pain blossomed and burned from my mouth as it filled with blood. When the blade was gone, I doubled over and groaned from the agony, letting the blood spill from my lips. Let me see. I was trembling now. I raised my head and opened my mouth again. His satisfied smile was making me feel sick. You look good like that. Not just the blood, but that super pathetic look on your face. I quickly looked down. We're not done yet. I gritted my teeth. Can't take much more of this. He leaned back against the quad and started unzipping his pants. I balked at the display. Can't be serious. Come on, you remember the deal? He said he'd let me go. I could survive this. I grimaced as he shamelessly held his cock in front of me. I have to try, don't I? If I want to live. I uselessly wiped the blood from my still bleeding mouth and leaned forward. I'll pretend I'm somewhere else. I opened my mouth and licked it, inhaling another pained grasp. Fuck, it hurts. He was leaning back still, apparently enjoying the show. When I closed my mouth around him, he suddenly grasped the back of my head and shoved me further down. I gagged from both the invasion and the agonizing pain of the open wound on my tongue. I could feel him in my throat. I couldn't make any sound at all, but I could feel tears welling up and falling down my face. He moaned as I twitched in pain. He pulled out just enough for me to choke and grasp before thrusting ruthlessly against my tongue again. Even without him, my mouth was too full of metallic blood choking me. He was using 2 hands to hold my head, fucking my throat as I cried. He wasn't letting me breathe. Please, just let me pass out. His movements grew more violent, snapping me out of my stupor. I'm gonna fucking come down your throat. He ground into my face hard. I could feel his cock pulsing. He didn't lie. It was too far into my throat to even swallow. He finally pulled out, leaving me to fall to the ground, gasping for air. My whole face was throbbing and covered in various fluids. Did a good job. I flinched as I heard a thud of something hitting the ground next to me. Good enough for a reward. A canteen. Have some water to wash that down. He got back to the seat of the bike. The motor roared back to life. Let's see who finds you next. The bike dug in and threw rocks up at me as he took off laughing. I grabbed the canteen and wiped my face again. Well, I'm alive. I crawled down to the rocky fissure. I sighed with relief as I slid into a small shaded alcove to get out of the sun. I fell to my knees. I feel sick. My head hurts and everything's spinning. I could hardly move anymore. I struggled to get back to my feet, swaying dizzily. If I don't get out of the sun... I made it to the camp. Somehow I don't think anyone else is here. Better not stay here long. I opened the canteen and took a precautionary sniff. It smells okay, and I really can't afford to be picky out here. I started with a sip and found myself gulping. I was so thirsty. It was empty too soon. Well, I feel better anyway. Oh, crap. A shallow pool of water. Barely larger than a puddle. Water. I should take this now. I dipped the canteen into the water and filled it. I'm definitely gonna need it later. I made it to the open desert. I made it to the camp. Somehow I don't think anyone's here. I better not stay here long. I pulled out my canteen. I stooped over the empty canteens in the shade, and I dropped mine with the others. Maybe one of these fuckers will drink it. I made it to the open desert. It's really quiet for now. I climbed up the highest part of the hill and a breeze flowed past. I can pretty much see all around. No signs of civilization at all. Well, nothing but that little camp I woke up in. Wait. I stilled myself for a moment and listened. An all too familiar motor was roaring closer to me. I scanned the horizon and spotted him approaching. I immediately ducked low, but I saw him clearly. There's nothing out here, and he must have seen me. I looked up and saw the vehicle approaching my exact direction. He definitely saw me. I got back up and started sprinting. No. Can't outrun him on foot. The quad motor swelled louder. I kept running, adrenaline taking my body to its limits. Louder. His metal bat swept at the back of my knees, sending me spiraling down into the sand in front of me. Sand and rocks sprayed over my body as he ground to a stop. We meet again. I tried to get up, but his foot landed on my back and kept me on the ground. How's your tongue feel? He moved his foot to my head and pressed it into the dirt. You know, I really should thank you, though. This has been a great vacation. He dug his heel into a bit to emphasize his words. You've been fun. Panic rose through my gut. Please wait. Please, don't kill me. For a moment, he just stayed still. Then he removed his foot from my head, but before I could feel any sort of relief, he started laughing. He pushed onto my back with his foot. You're really pathetic. He sauntered over my body, straddling my waist. And I've done this before. I've watched people die out here. He leaned in closer and spoke near my ear. I mean, everyone breaks eventually. He let out a derogatory laugh. But this time I barely had to try. No more running for you. Why? Why are you doing this? How could anyone do this? He grabbed my face and looked into my eyes. Something about his eyes betrayed a cocky smile. There was something so cold. It sent a chill through my body. You think everything's gonna turn out okay? Everything will balance out with some cosmic scale. His thumb moved closer to my mouth and I squirmed. Do you think I'm evil? He didn't even wait for an answer to any of these questions. There's no such thing. Pushed his thumb into my mouth. I winced as he pushed his thumb further against my cut tongue. Nothing's gonna stop me. There's nothing here. Pain sounds escaped me as he pressed into my injured flesh. I'm gonna buy and fucking kill whatever I want. And you? I saw the blade of his knife for a split second before it was pressed against my neck. Our entertainment. Burning pain poured from my neck into the rest of my body. I couldn't speak or scream, and he didn't look away. Ooh. Okay, y'all, so... admittingly, I may or may not have messed that one up, but it's all well and good. Because that is far from the best one, y'all. We're saving the very best for last here, y'all. Oh. Yeah. The announcer suddenly laughed with a strange bark. Stop messing around. The announcer cleared his throat. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. I'm very flattered and I would simply love to take you home, but I'm afraid the show must go on. These lovely and very patient patrons have paid good money to be here today, so let's wrap up the bidding, shall we? I fumbled for reasons. These people all sound insane. Surely I stand a better chance with whoever is doing the announcing here. I want to go with you, not them, please. I flushed at the sound of desperation in my voice. Please just let this work. No, that's kind of cute. You know, maybe you should take them home. What the fuck you talking about? We've already bid. Relax, there's other choices, aren't there? Oh, of course. We have a very diverse and exciting selection of products for you to pursue today. See, we can just bid on another one. And I'm sure his fans would love to see another show. Ooh. I stood there frozen listening to the exchange. Something about the Blue Window's voice changed when she mentioned a show. I'm humbled and flattered. Whatever you're deciding, just get it over with. Oh yes, I'm terribly sorry for the interruption. Well, how about this? If you're willing to so graciously relinquish this delightful specimen to myself, I'll give you a 10% discount on your next purchase. Oh, you're so kind. I happily accept that. And I'm sure the others do too. No tack from me, bitch. but I guess it's fine. I don't really want this one anyway. Silence overtook the room again as the others waited for the green window to speak. It's fine. I can wait for another one. So it's settled then. What an exciting turn of events. I suppose I'm the one who won this bid. He let out another barking laugh. Let's get them packed up and move on to our next product. I felt a sharp jab in my ankle. I tried to bend down to inspect the pain, but just crumbled to the floor. Same old shit, same old shit. Okay, y'all, so we are about to enter the Show Must Go On DLC. This content has its own warnings, so please check them if you have any concerns. And what are they exactly? And the guy we're playing as is Fox. And for this one, we've got non-consensual filming and live streaming, forced and unconscious undressing, violence including beating, knives, burning, and various other weapons, forced feminization, joint dislocation, foot manipulation, eye manipulation, asphyxiation and hanging, gun imagery and sound, imprisonment, torture, drugging, mind break themes, unreality, mind control themes, described hallucinations, non-consensual auto-cannibalism, gutting, gore imagery, self-harm, implied necrophilia, forced sexual performance for an audience, and sexual assault. Fully understood. Bear with me for just a moment. The first thing I noticed was a pounding headache, then a strange sound, clicking. I strained to hear as the clicking became the rapid tapping of a keyboard. I opened my eyes. It's dark. Why am I so uncomfortable? I began to register my position, kneeling on the floor with my arms above my head. I tried to lower my arms and heard the unsettling clink of heavy chains. Oh, someone was in front of me. Look who's awake, right on schedule. I jerked in surprise away from him, but the chains held me in place. The voice was strange, flat and mechanical. I couldn't make out his face. So how are you? Do you remember what happened? As my brain started waking up, 1,000 questions started to bubble to the surface. It hurts. Was that the action and, the announcer? Yes, that's right. Now don't worry about all that. You made a choice to become my lovely co-star. And I have to admit, I'm a bit giddy. No one's ever asked to come with me before, and it's been so long since I've put on a show. As he spoke, I tried to take note of my surroundings. It's so dark, but I looked at the man in front of me. Aside from the strange ears and what appeared to be a tail, he's so short, and he has a slender build. A little flame of hope came to life in my chest. I definitely made the right choice. I could have a chance in a fight. I looked down at myself and my train of thought was completely derailed. Underwear? And it's lacy? This definitely isn't mine. Ah, yes, your outfit. I thought it would be perfect for your first show. What do you think? I guess it's cute. Oh, you like it? It does look so cute on you. I spent quite a bit of time picking out the right set. We're gonna have so much fun. And I just know the chat will love you. The chat? The question popped out before I could even think about it. Yes, darling, in just a few minutes we're going live. It's a big audience we've gathered. Oh, and I almost forgot. You can call me Fox. Everyone else does. He placed a finger to my lips and I felt the odd sensation of a claw above it. Don't worry. I don't need your name. I already know it. I opened my mouth to protest, but he had already turned away. I looked at the equipment surrounding me. There. Cameras? A deep fear started to creep up my throat. Wait, you can't film me, you can't... Shh. We're starting. Hello, can you hear me? How's the feed? I could tell he wasn't speaking to me. I couldn't quite see around him. Ah, yes, you too. My goodness, you got in here fast. He cleared his throat and stood up straight. Good evening, everyone. I'm so glad you could join me on such short notice. Oh, yes, I missed you too. Yes, my beautiful patrons of exquisite taste, welcome back. He lifted his voice and spoke in a deeply expressive way to his audience. It overcame the mechanical flatness that seemed to be caused by his mask. I've got such a treat for you today. A fresh face. Please say hello to Bonehead. They were going to be used for other business, but they wanted to come here instead. I squinted at the computer screen. It was some kind of chat room and a video feed of me. These people were watching me. Abby, he's kidnapped. He has to be here. Come, please. My voice wavered with my conviction as I saw Fox standing by, uncaring. As if this was exactly what he expected. I tried to see the computer screen. He addressed the camera. Yep, another one in the big bucket. Honestly, I don't know why you guys bet on anything else. Sorry, Diamond, but let's see how your other bets go, They're a good sport. No one was calling the police. No one seemed to care at all. Oh, Rancor, that is disgusting. Ha ha. Maybe later. Maybe later. Come on now, you guys know the drill. We need to pace ourselves. We need to make it last, right? Let's start small. He suddenly got close to me. He gently grabbed one of my pinky fingers. I tried to pull it away, but my hands were shackled together and chained up. Get those bets ready. This counts as first blood, all right? Gah! He yanked my finger backwards with vicious force. My scream dissolved into a pained groan. I looked back up to him, half expecting him to be facing the computer, but he wasn't. He was staring intently at me. My hands were shaking as I tried to hold back tears. Not bad. Not bad at all. Should I leave it there or put it back? I opened my mouth and choked down a whimper before speaking. Put it back. He seemed pleased by my request. Of course. He immediately grabbed my finger and pulled it back into place. The wet grinding sound in my hand made me feel sick, but I managed to endure it without screaming. And it did seem to feel slightly better. I flinched as he moved, but it was only to turn to the screen again. So, what do we think? Ah, yes, I think so too. His tail swished behind him excitedly. Already? He laughed sharply. Well, with a donation like that, your wish is my command. So, feed again, Pandemonium? I'm just teasing, of course. Let's see what we can do. He took a theatrical bow before stepping back towards me. Wait, don't. He ignored me completely as he bent down to my level. My protests cut off in surprise as he reached behind me and cupped my ass. I heard him breathing through the mask as he took a moment to squeeze the flesh. He slid his hand slowly down into the crook of my legs. Then he pulled, yanking my shins out painfully from under me. I yelped as my weight dropped entirely to my shackled wrists above me. What are you doing? He continued to ignore me and adjusted a camera. Now that my feet were in front of me, I realized that they too were shackled together. I shuddered as he held one of my feet and rubbed with a clawed thumb. Take a good look, guys. A glint of a knife seemed to stop my heart for a moment. Things are about to get messy. I tried to jerk my foot out of his grasp, but his grip was as tight as the iron shackles. Pain streaked up my leg and pressed the tip of the knife into my soul. I clenched my jaw and tried not to scream. I didn't want to give these people what they surely wanted. I didn't want to look, but he caught my gaze and a knowing look crossed his eyes. He plunged the knife deep into my bones and tendons of my foot. I only realized I was shrieking a moment later. We got plenty of blood now. I was shaking uncontrollably, hanging from my wrists made it terribly obvious. They've gotten nice and wet. What do you think, chat? He leaned closer to me. Should I have a feel? He didn't even look at his screens or wait for an answer. Ew! He shoved his thumb into the wound in my foot, tearing another scream from me with his thick claw. No. My vision wavered as he massaged his thumb roughly into the wound. But you begged for this, or did you forget? He flipped the knife in a show for the camera. You did. And I think chat would like to see some more blood. Isn't that right? He finally relinquished my foot and turned to his monitors. After reading for a moment, he chuckled. You guys are so one-track minded, but that's why I love you. As the pain from my foot turned into a duller ache, I noticed the pain in my wrists again. I struggled to get my feet back under myself, and he noticed. Here, let me help you with that. I cursed myself for flinching from him again, but he simply pushed my legs into their position. Now, Chad is still thirsty. What do you think? Fuck you. He laughed sharply. I had a feeling you'd say something like that. He leaned in close to me and lowered his voice to a whisper. Chad adores the feisty ones. He moved in to give a clear view for the cameras. He raised the knife, my blood still clinging to the edge. He sucked in a breath in preparation as he lowered it to the skin on my chest. He raked it shallowly across my body, slicing apart the lacy top he dressed me in. It stung, but I kept my composure as well as I could. For a moment, I wondered why he cut apart the underwear that he must have bought. He looked down at his knife, and the absurdity of that thought almost made me laugh. What is happening to me? The sting of the blade interrupted the chaos of my thoughts. I couldn't suppress a groan this time. He was cutting deeper than before. A hot trickle of blood made its way over my heaving chest. I barely registered a low hum coming from him as he stroked warm fingers over my bloody chest. The sensation made me shiver involuntarily. Lovely. He raised the knife to my collarbone. I winced before the knife touched me, but it didn't prepare me for the intense pain. I couldn't help but cry out. It hurt so much more than the other cuts. His other hand dipped into my waist. My composure was breaking. I could feel it. He kept cutting, and I kept crying. When I raised my voice, his hand squeezed my waist, digging claws into my skin. I glanced down and choked. My entire body was covered in blood now. Is he gonna kill me like this? As though he could read minds, he stilled his hands and leaned in close. I could hear him breathing hard through the mask. I didn't dare speak. His ear twitched towards the computers and he stood up. He wiped off the blade as he read the words on screen. Got a little carried away. But can you blame me? His hips swayed to the side as if all he'd done was some kind of charming fable. Oh, wow. Thank you for the very generous donation, wound fucker. Is there something special you would like to see? Anything for my most loyal customer. Oh, of course. Is that all? He suddenly leaned back to me. Gosh, no more. He circled behind me and crouched in a fluid motion. I flinched at the sound of a metallic click. But to my surprise, the wrist shackles were disconnected from the chain above me. I fell forward clumsily until I was caught by clawed hands. No, come on back up. He pushed me back upright on my knees against him with surprising firmness. My hands were still bound by the shackles, but I relished the release of the strain from hanging. But my relief was short-lived as he grabbed my chin from behind and forced me to look into the cameras. You've been so quiet, darling. Why don't you say something nice for your admirers? His claws dug into my cheeks in direct contrast to his sickly sweet tone of voice. I spat as hard as I could at the camera in front of me. Oh. I realized with some sense of satisfaction that I got the lens. He shoved me forward into my face. I struggled with my shackled wrists underneath me. Until a swift kick collided with my ribs. Pain exploded through my torso. I couldn't breathe. I laid there paralyzed as his shoes walked past me to the camera. A flash of metal on the tip of a shoe told me why it hurt so much. I wondered if he broke a rib. There. How is it? Nice and clear again? Yes, very funny. You guys are so... He started laughing. Really? You bet that much? You really do have an excellent intuition, Diamond. Congratulations on your big win. Oh, yes, of course I haven't forgotten. A hand clasped around my neck and yanked me backwards onto my knees again. I wheezed, still struggling to breathe. Break time's over. Something wrapped around my neck from behind. A wave of panic washed over me as I tried to grasp it with my bound hands. It was some sort of cable, pulling tighter and tighter. I couldn't grab it. I couldn't breathe. I tried to throw myself to the side. But all that did was tighten the wire around my neck. With increased urgency, I clawed at my own neck. I can't. You know, wound fucker. Panic eclipsed all over sensation. All other sensation. I dug my own fingernails deep into my neck. I think I snaked this one from your boy. It wouldn't move. It's too tight. I can't even... The shackles on my wrist got heavier and heavier. It was a little funny. I think he was a bit upset. The wire. I have to... My shaking hands kept dropping as I mentally screamed at myself to lift them, to pull the wire off, to do anything. He has good taste, just like his old man. My hands fell into my lap like lead. My vision darkened. Fox's voice became jovial static. I couldn't feel anything, nothing at all. Something hit me. My desperate lungs tore a violent inhale from the air. My body exploded into a terrible mess of coughing and sobbing. I began to writhe against the ground. When did I fall? What is happening? Nation, we can wrap it up with, how's it going, sweetie? Fully Loaded wants to see you perform. I was still gasping. I could barely understand what was happening. You need to wake up. He grabbed my head. Before I could register what was happening, he slammed my face into the floor. I felt the crunch on the front of my face throughout my body. I was fully paralyzed with agony. He pulled my wrists up and reattached them to the chain above. Blood streamed down my face. I couldn't do anything but stare in shock. He grabbed the sides of my head and forced me to look straight ahead. Are you guys ready for the finale? He pressed himself into the back of my head. I froze in recognition as I felt his erection rub up against the nape of my neck. I was surprised to feel him let go and walk away. When he came back, my blood ran cold. He waved a gun in clear view of the cameras. Oh, wait. Shh. I'm not gonna kill you. If you do a good job, anyway. Actually, turning back to his monitors. Why don't we play a little game? It'll be fun. I heard the rapid tapping of a keyboard. I've made a poll. He turned back to me with a horrific glint in his eye. I cringed involuntarily as he approached me and raised the gun to my face. Bonehead here is going to open their mouth and give the barrel of the gun the best blowjob we've ever seen. What? And you guys will vote on whether or not I pull the trigger. What do you think? I trembled as he read the screens. He looked back at me. You'd better get to work. They've already started voting. I can do this. I just have to imagine it's not a gun. I leaned forward and opened my mouth. He gleefully shoved the gun inside. I immediately tasted blood. Must be from my face. My nose must be broken, but I won't let that distract me. I stuck my tongue out and made sure the cameras could see. I'll give you a fucking show. He leaned further forward, straining against the chain above. He responded by pushing the gun deep into my throat. I choked briefly, but kept my mind on task. My life depends on this. My body hurts so much. I turned a pained groan into just a moan. I heard his breath catch, even through the mask. It's working. I made sure to keep moving my tongue. I was concentrating so hard on the cameras, I nearly missed the sounds he made. Undoing his belt. I risked a glance and my suspicions were confirmed. He undid his pants and started palming himself. I'll take that as a good sign, if he likes it. Maybe they like it. I let out another moan for the cameras, and if they like it, hopefully. I heard him panting. Wasn't so hard. Now you're getting it. He was practically moaning. I made a show of licking the length of the gun barrel. I was shivering. Good. It looks like Chat likes it too. I wrapped my lips around the gun. My thoughts wandered to the people watching. Chat, how many people were watching this? My shivering became shaking. Come on. I could feel a hot flash flooding my face. Is it them watching me? Is it him? Or am I... Oh, I have to focus on survival. Just a little more. I obeyed him and ignored everything else. It's just a gun. It's just a gun. I gasped as the gun was suddenly withdrawn from my mouth. You're a natural, and it looks like the Chat was impressed. He placed the gun on the table. A little flutter of hope lit up in my chest. They like you, and they want to see more. That's right, darling. He was still breathing hard and still touching himself. Although, I think we should give them a little treat before we wrap up for the night. The chain above me loosened, and he shoved my head down. He grabbed my head in an iron grip. Two clawed fingers forced the eyelid of my right eye open. Panic flooded through my system. What are you doing? His other hand went back to work stroking himself. He positioned himself above my eye. No, don't. His moan started to sound like growling. Can't move, I can't. In a single instant, hot cum shot into my eye. I instinctively jerked my head. I screamed at the searing pain in my skull. His claw had plunged into my eye when I moved. My scream trailed off into an agonized groan. His painful grip stayed for so long, until it finally dropped away. My face was drenched in blood and the other liquids I didn't want to think about. His heavy breathing finally evened out and tucked himself back into his pants. The humiliation was just a faraway buzzing in comparison to the agony. My eye, I can't see from it. Did he really? My attention snapped back to him as he composed himself with a satisfied sigh. I thought you might like that. He was talking to them again. A perfect end to a perfect stream. Thank you so much for joining me, my delightful patrons. And let's show a little appreciation for our lovely star Bonehead. Yes, I agree. Well, I'm sure we'll have plenty of fun next time, too. Good night for now. He made a motion of blowing a kiss to the camera. Then he clicked something and tapped away at the keyboard. He sighed and turned to me. I squinted up at him painfully with my one good eye. To my surprise, he had pulled off his mask. Well, you survived the show. It's not very common, you know. You should be proud of yourself. I had no idea what to feel. Everything hurt so much. As adorable as you are like that, we should get you cleaned up. His voice sounded different without the mask. My brain was barely holding on to the concept. Suddenly, he was holding my face and looking at me, snapping fingers. I'm tired. There you go. You passed out. Can't blame you, really. You did lose a lot of blood. I gasped as I saw him clearly for the first time. He's older than I realized, and he really is short, but clearly inhuman as well. I looked around the empty room around me. Why can't I see? I held up a hand to touch my eye and found bandages. Yes, bit of a shame, but you have a spare, I did what you said, I survived. That's right, and you did very well. Aren't you gonna let me go? He responded in that sharp bark of a laugh. Oh, sweetie, you're not gonna be leaving. A lump caught in my throat. You have a job now. You need to keep performing. In fact, you'd better get some rest. You'll want to heal as best you can for our next show. He stepped towards the door. No, this can't be it. I lunged forward and immediately crumpled to the floor. Searing pain shot up my foot. Yeah, you might want to stay off that foot. Don't want to tear your stitches now. I cradled my foot and tried not to cry. Night, bonehead. Sleep tight. I stared at the door, then looked around myself. Absolutely nothing, aside from a toilet in the corner and some kind of foam mattress. I huffed and stood up straight. I have to try. I tried the door first, locked and extremely heavy duty. I sighed. I guess I should have expected that. I spent another hour or so examining the room, the mattress, the toilet, and every corner, every seam of the wall to floor. But there's nothing. This was a huge waste of time. I flopped down on the foam pad. I gazed up at the ceiling and noticed one of the lights was out. Wait, it's not a light, it's a camera. He could have been watching me. He might be watching me now. I curled up, disturbed. I can't think about that now. I just need to get some rest. I woke up slowly, my body aching. The memory of the night before came flooding back to me with a wave of panic. As I stared at my empty confines, the panic slowly turned into misery. I looked down at myself and froze. Plain underwear. He undressed me while I was knocked out. I shivered at the thought before laying back down. There's no point in getting upset now. I rolled over and closed my eyes. I stayed in that room for what felt like days, but it was impossible to tell. No windows, no change in the lights, nothing to look at all. The maddening silence was only broken once every several hours. A meager meal of bread and water in a paper cup being pushed through a slot at the bottom of the door. I considered starving myself, but I didn't have the strength, so I ate. And I rested. I tried to pretend I was in a hospital, that everything was fine. Some of my wounds began to feel a little better, but my eye didn't. It felt hot and itchy. I was afraid to lift the bandages. Coward. I shook that thought from my head. I let myself drift away into a wavering unconsciousness. The sound of the heavy door swinging open jolted me out of a restless nap. Hello, bonehead. Time for you to get to work again. I shot upright and unconsciously shuffled backwards. He's back. He came back. Before I could say anything, 2 huge guards entered the room behind him. They made him look even shorter somehow. The air of malice still came directly from him. You need to get dressed. Dressed? My own voice sounded foreign to me. I realized I hadn't spoken in days. He threw a wad of black netting in front of me. Yes, dressed. I grabbed and examined the wad of material. It unfurled into some sort of bodysuit made entirely of fishnet, complete with underwear that looked much too small for me. I looked back up to him. Surely he doesn't... His voice sighed with obvious annoyance. We're on a schedule. You can get dressed or I'll have him do it for you. I looked at the pair of goons and gulped. I can do it myself. I held up the scant netting. I hooked a thumb in my underwear and looked myself, half expecting them to turn around, but of course they didn't. I shakily removed my underwear, trying to cover myself. Thankfully, they seemed to not react at all. I hastily pulled on the new underwear. I was a bit relieved to find that it was extremely stretchy, but it was still terribly revealing. I sighed in defeat and pulled the fishnet over my body. Ah, lovely. Stand up, straight, and turn. I could feel myself blushing hotly. I tried to remind myself that this is surely better than what's coming. The thought didn't help much. I obeyed him and turned around slowly. Perfect. He did sound pretty happy. Hopefully, I bought myself some mercy. He made a motion towards me and the guard approached. I stayed still as he circled behind me and pulled my arms back. A click, and the familiar weight of metal shackles weighed my wrists down. Now come on. We don't have any more time. The guards pushed me forward and out of the room. I was walked down a few dark hallways before we stopped at another heavy door. As I was pushed through the darkness, I smelled old blood. I saw the screens, the chain. I was pushed to my knees below it. Not this room, not this room. I couldn't stop the panic from buzzing in my brain. My feet were shackled to the floor. Please, not again. My wrist shackles were attached to the chain. That'll be all. Heavy footsteps left the room and the door thudded shut behind with terrifying finality. There was an awful voice in my head, repeating the same thing over and over. You're not going to survive this again. A hand grabbed my face. Are you ready? Just take a deep breath. I think you'll... Well, we're about to go on. He let me go without waiting for an answer. Then he tapped at the keyboard. He rolled his shoulders inside, and then he straightened. Just a moment. Hello, my dear friends, and welcome back. I see it's gotten a bit busier in here. How exciting. I bet I can guess why that is. You've fallen in love with Bonehead, haven't you? He laughed. Not his usual bark, but the light and controlled laugh of a host. Well, I'm pleased to share them with you. He stepped out of the way and gestured to me. I slumped into my bonds. I know them now. There's no point in begging or crying for help. Oh, come on now. Don't be shy. Say hi to your admirers. I looked at the camera and tried to smile. I knew it was shaky and weak, but maybe if I charm them, they won't. Oh, how adorable! He stared at me for a moment. Then he turned back to the camera. Now I was thinking we'd start off with, What happened to their eye? Oh, how careless of me. My apologies. Some of you weren't here last time. Allow me to show off our previous work. He lifted a camera off its tripod, and then he brought it close to me. I could feel myself cringing away from the invasive lens. He circled behind me. The foot was fun. It looks like it's healing pretty well. I yelped involuntarily as the claw prodded the stitches at the bottom of my foot. It was certainly rough enough to draw blood, but I couldn't see. He came back around. Can you see the bruises? Ooh. He shoved the camera close to my chest. It's a little hard to tell with the fishnets right now, but we had to sew them up here too. And of course, he brought the camera up to my face, hovering above the bandage over my eye. I suppose you'd like to see what's under here, huh? Without warning, he unhooked the back of the bandage and hastily unwrapped it. The last part was stuck, so he tugged it, and it tore away from the flesh and dried fluid that it was fused with. Stinging pain returned, and I felt a warm drop roll down my face. Wow. Maybe we should have changed that bandage. It doesn't look so good. He actually sounded a little apologetic. I assumed it was just for the cameras, though. He delicately placed the camera back on its tripod and took a moment to read his screens. Now, you know that kills them every time. We can't do that before we've done anything. Where's the fun in that? Let's start with something a little more nuanced. He left for a moment as he retrieved something. He held it up to the camera. You've got to be patient if you want to appreciate the finer things in life. So, plenty of you seem to remember what this is. Do you have any design ideas? He went silent for a moment as he seemed to consider whatever Chat was writing. Interesting ideas. Not so sure about the artistic vision, though. Let's do a classic design for old time's sake. Shall we get to work then? Fear prickled up my neck as he made his way to me. He lifted the item in front of me this time. Do you know what this is? A glue gun? I don't know. He leaned back and barked out a laugh. That's close, I suppose. Close enough. Let's get started, shall we? He circled around to my back again where I couldn't see. Your cute little fishnet is in the way. I felt a few claws touch my bare skin. I couldn't help but shiver and arch away. I could hear his breathing get deeper. I steadied myself and prepared for pain, but I only heard the faint tear of fishnet instead. When? Where then? The slow anticipation of the agony that I knew was coming threatened to push me into insanity. Warmth spread over a small area of my spine. It felt kind of nice until I shrieked in agony. A searing hot point was pressed into my back. I tried to wrench my body away from it, straining against the stackles. Stay still, darling, he hissed into my ear. I could hardly hear him over my own screaming. He dragged the point over my skin, burning, sizzling. I could smell my skin. I twisted in my bonds and retched from the awful smell of my own flesh cooking. Relax. I couldn't think. I needed to escape the pain, the burning. The horrific instrument was lifted from my skin only to be brought down again, directly over my spine. I screamed as my body slammed against the restraints. My shoulder, something. I couldn't concentrate. Tears flowed freely down one side of my face from my undamaged eye. I couldn't stop screaming. He kept dragging the searing point through my skin for what felt like an eternity until he finally lifted it, pausing. The pain washed over me in residual tidal waves. I felt like I was drowning in it. I was dizzy. I heard his footsteps. He took the camera somewhere behind me. Well, pretty cute, right? I blinked and tried to see the screen, the feed of my own mutilated back, the shape, the heart. I heard him laugh. It sounded hollow and far away. Their arm? Really? Suddenly, he was holding my face again. Wake up, sweetie. Does your shoulder hurt? I groaned, slowly absorbing his words. My shoulder? I tried to move it and cried out again. Ah, you dislocated it. I told you not to squirm so much, didn't I? I heard a metallic click. I screamed as my wrists and the heavy metal cuffs attached to them suddenly fell down. I crumpled forward into a sobbing heap. You want me to push it back in? That's a good pet. I'll make you feel better. He bent down and grabbed my wrists out from under me. The motion sent another dizzying wave of pain from my shoulder. I saw him opening the shackles with a key. I briefly considered using the opportunity to escape. This might be the only chance I'll ever get. I shoved him away with my good arm and tried to stand, but I fell forward. My legs were weak and still shackled to the floor. No! I cried out as his boot slammed down on my ravaged back. That was stupid. Brave, maybe, but stupid. The heel ground down, and I scoffed lightheartedly. Chat thought it was pretty cute, though. I groaned in pain as his boot left my back. I felt his knee replace it. Then he grabbed the wrist of my injured arm. Wait! I shrieked as he yanked my arm outwards, but I felt the bone sink back into its socket. The pain died down immediately and significantly. Tears of relief rolled down my cheek and onto the floor. He pushed back into a seated position and clamped the cuffs over my wrists. I hissed in pain as he raised my arms and clipped them back into the chain. Be careful now. His voice dropped to a dangerous growl. That shoulder is still delicate. He casually turned back to the screens. He took a moment to read before chuckling quietly. Oh, I agree. I'll have to watch the footage back myself. I was busy. He turned back to me. Chat tells me that you looked incredibly cute while I was working on your back. They really liked it. They're itching to see more. I shrank away from him slightly. Not more. He swooped gracefully behind me and crouched so that his face was right beside mine. I flinched as he pressed against my back, reigniting the pain in my burns. He spoke clearly to the cameras. Are you ready for more, chat? I jolted as I felt his hand slide over my thighs. I couldn't stop a whimper as his claws dug into the soft flesh on the inside. He dug the claws in and pulled, forcing my legs apart. The camera, there. Despite everything, I could feel shame heating my face again. I lowered my head, trying to escape the sensation. Come on now. I could feel the cold metal of his mask against my cheek. Don't be shy. I hurled in a cry as he raked his claws through the skin, tearing the fishnet. He dug them in ruthlessly, keeping my legs pried open. You said you're a virgin, didn't you? I shot up straight at the sudden question. What? My mind raced until I remembered the auction. I wonder if you told the truth. I bet you did, though, didn't you? That low growl was under his voice again. Chat loves that. I don't even have to check to see. Doesn't really matter to me, though. He reached a hand up to my chin and held it up for the camera. Because we're gonna put on a show like they've never seen. His voice went quiet. Aren't we? Any question about what he meant disappeared as he grabbed the front of my underwear that I was forced to wear. I yelled as he pulled back, his claws easily tearing the fabric away and grazing my sensitive flesh. I gasped and automatically tried to close my eyes. But his iron grip returned as he held them open, claws digging in again. How is he so strong? I cringed, my mind racing, trying to forget the cameras, trying to stop my body from shaking. Take a good look, chat. This might get a bit intense. I breathed in a sigh's relief as his hands relinquished my thighs. I clamped them back together as he stood up and walked away. I could hear the shuffling of objects, chains. I somehow felt more exposed in front of the cameras without him there. He returned, holding things I couldn't make out, and dragging a large wedge. He pushed the wedge in front of me. Something clicked on the floor, holding the wedge in place. He returned to his position in front of the screens and held up some kind of belt. No, it was a gag. Then he waggled something else in front of the cameras with a light chuckle. Isn't it funny? It reminds me of hentai. Do you like it? Oh no, it's not going in their mouth. I know you like the screaming, but this is all part of the game. We need to fill up their throat. Wait, what? Lend me your faith, beloved friends. It'll be fun. What did he mean? He returned, kneeling in front of me and pushing the object through the gag. I could finally see it. Some sort of tentacle. This must be a joke. Open wide. I didn't even have a chance to resist or comply. He jabbed 2 claws in my mouth, and that was enough to shove the skinny tip of the silicone tentacle in. My protest was cut off by the rest of the tentacle being swiftly pushed in. I couldn't do anything but choke as he fastened the rest of the gag around my head. My heaving brought tears to my eyes, but I slowly adjusted. I was shaking, but I could still breathe through my nose. How's that? I could only stare at him, panic surely written all over my face. Good. You're all ready for the fun part. He held up the last object. A chain. It's a choke chain, but I've had this one specially made. The prongs were sticking straight out and they ended in cruelly sharp points. I tried to jerk away as he lowered the chain around my neck, My attempt was cut short by the metal needles. That's right, you should be careful. The gag and its attachment kept my neck stiff. I finally understood it. Even breathing and swallowing became a dangerous ordeal. I'll be okay if I just stay still. Perfectly still. The click of my wrist cuffs brought being unhooked startled me out of my thoughts. My hands fell in front of me, causing another grazing by the needles. I could only shiver in reply. Making sound was impossible. I heard the clink of the chain around me. I tried to move with it to avoid any more damage. Another clink. There. The steady position of the collar told me he'd hooked me to the same chain my cuffs used to be attached to. I was paralyzed in my position. The fear of the needles kept me still. Then I felt his fingers on my back. Even the feather-light touch sent shock waves of pain through my destroyed skin. He began to press. I was forced to lean over the wedge. Panic shot through me as I tried to steady myself with my hands on the wedge. He kept pushing me. He kept pushing my back. I was trapped between the pain of my skin and the threat of the choke chain, and the awkward balance over the wedge. I leaned awkwardly forward, trying to steady myself. My legs were already shaking. The barbs of the chain dug into my throat. Are you ready for the hard part? I heard an unmistakable pop of a button and shuffling of clothing. He can't be. I stiffened as I felt his fingers spreading my skin. I couldn't escape. I couldn't even make a single sound of protest. He pushed himself against my entrance. He forced himself past the resistance. I couldn't scream. I couldn't hear him breathing harder. I could hear him breathing harder. He moved his grip to my hips and forced himself deeper. I lurched forward automatically. I couldn't stop my body from trying to escape this invasion. The prongs dug into my throat in reply. My body moved on instinct again, and this time slamming backwards into him. The reaction elicited an indulgent groan from him. That's perfect. He dug his claws into my thighs and pushed himself deeper. Tears wavered in my vision. Why is it thicker? The base. My thoughts were dissolved as the rest of his cock was shoved inside. The tearing sensation made my knees buckle. My loss of balance was immediately translated into another tightening of the chain. This is too much. I can't take it. He pulled back and slammed into me again. I was trembling. Tears were freely falling now. I stared at the camera in front of me. I knew how I must look, how broken. Ooh, you're so tight. His claws sunk deeper to punctuate his words. He started to fuck me with an even rhythm. My feet were slipping. The collar. I was faced with an awful decision. I locked my knees against the wedge and pushed backwards. I sank into him, forcing myself to take more of his cock. The chain around my neck loosened in response. His shuddering moan told me that he noticed as well. His grip lightened up slightly. I understood the unspoken exchange. This is better than the collar. I can play along. I moved back against him, trying to match his pace. Oh, fuck. Oh, his claws sunk, still dug in, but it wasn't so bad. My legs were still weakening from the awkward position. I was shaking, but I kept moving, feeling him inside me, slamming into me, into my sensitive core. It was just take effort, right? I was panting so much as the gag would allow. I started to forget the pain all over my body. The threat of the needles around my neck remained, but as long as I pushed back harder, just needed to get away from the collar. It feels so good. His grip was getting tighter. I don't care about the claws anymore. I was shaking. My eyelids fluttered. Just keep going. I need it. I need it more. A wave of ecstasy shook me. I slammed myself backwards into him. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. The panting had changed, and it sounded like he was stiffening himself. Another wave shook, and I ignored everything else. All it murdered was this feeling. Suddenly, his claws clamped into my flesh and slammed into my hips, onto himself. I let out a terrible animalistic moan above me as he came, and I welcomed it. I could feel a pressure inside of me growing. The pressure kept growing. Inhuman. Warm liquid leaked from our connection and streamed down my leg. Her breathing finally slowed down. My senses started coming back through the fog of my endorphins. A click accompanied the remainder of the chain falling to the nape of my neck. My body was completely spent in every way. He groaned, seemingly stuck inside me somehow. Then he pushed on my hips, forcing himself out. The pain seemed distant now. My limp body slipped down. I ignored the sounds of him fastening clothing, talking breathlessly to the chat. The wedge was pushed away. The chain lifted slightly away from the chain finally lifted away from my neck. And finally the gag on my head unfastened and pulled out of my throat. I gasped in relief. I shook my head and started to notice what I was hearing. Obedient little pet. Oh, I felt it. I definitely came. He laughed lightly, still a little out of breath. Can't believe I almost auctioned them. My wrists were pulled up to their original position and attached to the chain above. I hung from them limply. I felt his hand cup my face. Hanging in there? I'm a little surprised you survived that. But you did so well. His hand caressed me softly. You did really well. He left my side and went back to his screens. He seemed to be reading. They tell me your eye looks terrible. And I'm afraid they're right. I turned my head away automatically. I didn't know why I felt ashamed of it. I think it might cause problems if we leave it like that. I think we're gonna have to come out. Yes, please take it out. Oh. It hurts. I know it's fucked up. My voice cracked. Please fix it. Please make it better. I started to cry. I knew how pathetic I must look, but I didn't care anymore. He cupped my face with both hands. Of course it will, sweetie. I'll do everything I can to make it better. He touched his mask to my forehead in a gesture, sort of like a kiss. It somehow made me feel better. Something in the back of my head told me it shouldn't, but I ignored it. I just need to get some supplies. He walked away for a moment and started digging through drawers somewhere in the darkness. I vaguely wondered how he could even see anything in here. He seemed to be taking longer than usual, though. I started feeling more aware of the cameras aimed at me. I didn't know what possessed me to do this, but I lifted my gaze shakily and attempted a smile. Maybe if I appeal to them, it's not like I can do much of anything else. He finally came back wheeling a small tray. Then he knelt down in front of me and held up a thin metal instrument. This is to hold your eye open so I can work. I understood. I shivered as he brought the tool to my eye. I bit my lip as he pushed it in, propping my eyelids open painfully. You might want to look away with your good eye anyway. As soon as he raised the scalpel, I obediently tried to look away. But I couldn't. I couldn't do this. Shh. All you have to do is stay still. He suddenly pressed his face right up beside mine and spoke in a whisper no microphone could pick up. I'm only cutting out the bad part for the audience. If you behave, I'll have an expert look at it later. He leaned away and twirled the scalpel deftly for the camera. Or was he demonstrating his dexterity for me? The idea evaporated from my mind as he raised the scalpel into position. I bit down on a scream as the blade penetrated the ruined flesh in my eye socket. I could feel him carving. My entire body was shaking violently. The sound of delicate metal instruments grazing each other punctuated my whimpers. I tried to fight through the pain, to stay still. I actually welcomed the vice-like grip of his hand steadying my head. He was moving quickly. So quickly he was becoming a blur. The throbbing pain started to subside. That's better. Sing out. What's happening? Let's get you stitched up. Is it over? I felt as though I had drifted in and out of sleep for days, but I couldn't tell. I kept dreaming about pain and teeth. I felt a shift, something pulling my awareness from the deep murk again. Something petting my head. Did I wake you? My body was so heavy. There you are. You've been sleeping so long, I was a little worried you'd slipped into a coma. I looked at him, panic rising, but I couldn't seem to speak. Shh, relax. No show today. Those words sent a wave of relief through my body. I've gotten you all fixed up. They couldn't save your eye, but it's been prepared for a prosthetic. I barely remembered my eye. I reached up to touch it automatically, and I recoiled with a gasp as I felt nothing there. Don't fiddle with it. It needs to heal more. Something about what he said. A prosthetic. Why can't I move? My voice came out as a croak. You're on painkillers, darling. Drugs. To keep you sleeping and healing. I fumbled with this new information, trying to make sense of it. It was hard to form a complete thought. And you're gonna stay on them. It's better that way. For now. I relaxed closely. As I started to look at him, I relaxed slightly as I started to look at him more closely. As I focused, I realized I'd never really seen his skin before. He's covered in. It's rude to stare, you know. I hastily tore my gaze away from his scars and fidgeted nervously. He let out a quiet, light-hearted chuff. It's fine. You're on a lot of drugs. Probably won't even remember this anyway. Who did that to you? He laughed. A single dry bark. A dead man did. You know, I used to think he opened my eyes. Then I thought he closed them. But now, I realize he didn't do much at all. He may have made the scars, but the scars didn't make me. I did that myself. He laughed again, this time more heartedly. But I guess it's time for me to go. There's always business to attend to. So are you gonna kill me or not? Well, it's up to the Chad, isn't it? But I thought you were the one in charge. Get some rest. Before I knew it, he was gone, and I was alone again in the empty room. I tried to think about what happened, but the mist in my mind closed in again, and I drifted back to sleep. Something was shaking me roughly. I reluctantly opened my eye and groaned. Be gentle, for fuck's sake. I didn't pay for all that medical work for you to tear it all up again. Oh, sorry, sir. I tried to make sense of what was happening. I was dragged again to my feet. Come on, show's on in 5 minutes. Showtime? Showtime? The gears in my head started slowly turning and panic started creeping into my awareness. I looked down at my body. Sure enough, I was dressed in another lingerie outfit that barely covered anything. This one was nauseatingly girly. Pink bows, ruffles everywhere, a top and bottom along with a skirt and garters clearly designed with fetishists in mind. My legs weren't working at all, but that didn't stop the goon from dragging me. Eventually, we made it to the heavy door, the dark room. I was shoved forward into the abyss and pushed into my spot on the floor. My head was spinning, my limbs were numb. I could barely concentrate, let alone fight them as they snapped the familiar shackles on me. My wrists were raised above and clipped into place on the chain. I remember this. I remember all of it. I should be afraid. All right, out, out. I blinked slowly. The screens are so bright. Hello again, my friends. I am so happy to see you all again. And I have got quite the treat for you today. Our lovely star Bonehead is back for an encore. And this time, I thought it would be fun. His hand bristled against my chest possessively. If they had a bit of a cocktail before the show. They're on a few painkillers, among other things, so they're a little out of it. What is this painkiller pussy shit? Very astute and vulgar question, darling. Physical pain can open and close many doors. Don't worry, you don't have to understand. I'm only too happy to demonstrate. Now, I remember a few people asking for some hardware fun the other day, so why don't we play another game? As he walked out of view, I felt my head drooping. I feel so heavy. Why are the screens so bright? I jumped at the sound of a motor. I imagined a car or a train. What? He returned to me, searching frantically for whatever machine was about to mow me down. Most of you have seen this before, yes? A loud bang sent my body jumping as much as the shackles would allow. My pounding heart felt like it was going to explode. It's a pneumatic nail gun. He circled around me and pressed a cold metal tip to my shoulder. Do you know what a pneumatic nail gun is, sweetie? I looked up at him. I couldn't seem to focus. It's a tool for firing nails, obviously. I knew the answer on some level, but I couldn't seem to get it out. It's a what? A tool. Well, that's close, but I'm afraid I can't give you full marks. Another bang, and a sickening, tingling sensation. What? I tried to see my shoulder. The light from the screens caught a metallic tip and a tiny bead of blood welling around it. Is that a nail? That's right. I knew it was supposed to hurt, but it felt different. Without the pain, it just felt like something that wasn't supposed to be there, digging deep in my arm, squirming under my skin. Take it out, take it out, take it out. I couldn't mask the panic in my voice. It's time for question 2. He moved the tip of the gun over my arm closer to my elbow. What's my name? It's Fox. Ah, you remembered. But unfortunately for you, it's not my real name. Come on, you had to know that. He pulled the trigger. My arm was shaking. I wanted it to stop. It just made me feel them more. Under my skin. Moving under my skin. Please take them out. I hate it. I can't. He wrapped his hand around my arm and squeezed, forcing rivetus of blood again from the nails. I could feel every bit of them moving, scraping against the bone. I couldn't help but scream. It sounded awful, like something else. How about an easy one? I made a sound somewhere between a groan and a sob. I couldn't seem to control myself at all. Hey. He grabbed my head and forced me to look at him. Pay attention, okay? Here's your question. What are the last 5 letters of the alphabet? Oh, that's definitely not one of them. He got up and took his position at my side. Couldn't bear to look. He slid the tip of the gun up against my other shoulder. I strained to make my brain work. Z, Y, couldn't concentrate. The tip of the gun caressed my shoulder. The sensation of the nails moving deep in my arm was making me feel sick. I couldn't think of anything else. You're too slow. I heard a loud bang, and my body convulsed as another nail was lodged into my arm. The nails. I sagged in my bonds, twitching reflexively. He was talking again. I heard the words, but I didn't understand them. Is he asking me another question? Fired another nail into me. He's asking another question. I know he must be. Is he asking them or me? What's happening right now? The metal on my thigh. He's gonna shoot me again. So I thrashed, trying to get away. Another nail. And another. Is he laughing? Wait, is that me or am I laughing? I felt his hands on my face. Stay with us now. Can you hear me? I panicked at the sound of another question. I hear you. He barked off a laugh. I don't have the nail gun anymore. I could hardly concentrate on what he was saying. I could only feel the nails squirming in my muscles, burrowing inside me, heating up my blood. Take them out. Please take them out. Why don't you take them out? I looked up at him questioningly. Here, I'll let you use your hands. I heard the familiar click of the shackles snapping open. My arms fell forward like dead weights. The motion aggravated the nails inside them. Ooh, go ahead. I can push them out. I can pull them out. I need to pull them out now. He's watching. I tried to lift my arm. It felt like it was made of lead. Trembling, twitching, my hand approached a nail embedded deep near my elbow. I gingerly pinched the head of the nail in my fingers. Just pull it out. I pulled. The sensation of it slipping out from the meat of my arm made me lurch. I could feel it inside me, sliding, parting my flesh. Rough metal against a soft part of me that should never have been touched. I pulled, blood and nail emerging from inside me slowly. Agonizingly slowly. Some insane piece of my mind wished that I was in pain. Plain is better. It's simpler. Finally, the tip of the nail slipped out and I let it fall to the floor. I shuddered with relief and revulsion at the same time. Good. Now do the rest. I looked for him bewildered. I could feel panic hammering inside my chest. Why? Can't you? Nope. I jumped at the sound of the voice behind me. I gulped and tried to steady myself. I can do it. Just do it faster. I felt along my skin until I felt the head of another nail in my shoulder. Fast. I grasped the nail. Do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it. I tore the nail out of myself in one motion. I crumpled into a sob as it skittered across the floor. Hot blood trickled down my arm. There you go. Feels so awful, but my arm felt better. I heaved in a few deep breaths. They're just nails. Just nails. I began pulling the nails out of my skin more quickly. The sick feeling of them sliding around inside me was enough motivation. I pulled them from myself, writhing, pulling, dizzy, blurrying. But there was another sensation. The holes the nails left started to feel warm. Warm and tingly. I tore the last nail from my leg with a moan, and then I slumped forward. My work was finally done. My body was covered in warm spots. Points of light like little stars. I laughed to myself. What the fuck kind of drugs am I on? Clawed hands snaked around my shoulders to my throat. The altered metallic voice spoke right next to my ear. You did so well. My head bobbed dully as the praise sank into my consciousness. I did well. The hands moved over my skin, so warm and soft. I sighed out a breath and leaned into the touch. Feels good now, doesn't it? It did feel good. That's what he was saying, right? Why don't you show Chad all of your new little holes? Chat? The people? That's right. His hands parted my thighs. Show them. He felt so warm. I wanted to feel more. Like this. He pressed a clawed finger over a bloody puncture hole in my thigh. It was soft. The heat of his fingers sent an electric tingle down my thigh, my leg. I stifled a moan. Some voice in the far back of my mind told me that it was supposed to hurt. But it didn't. It felt so. I moved a shaking finger under another bloody nail hole and pressed down. The feeling shot up my other leg. I was starting to breathe harder. Perfect. His voice sounded so good. I immediately shoved a finger into a hole in my arm. The blood was so hot and wet. I couldn't help myself. I jammed my finger in, parting skin, coaxing more blood from the wound. Why does it feel so good? Blood ran down my arm as my hips buckled forward under his hands. Is breathing harder too? You want more. My breath hitched in my chest. I want more. Here. He grabbed my hands and guided them down. He pushed my fingers into the loose pink underwear they'd dressed me in. Any sense of embarrassment vanished the second I touched the sensitive flesh. It feels so different. I explored myself with my own fingers. I was panting now. Hard. Couldn't stop. I bucked involuntarily as the claws sank into the puncture wounds on my arms. All I could feel was heat, pressure, friction, and no pain at all. Beg for more. Beg. More. His claws clamped down and sank into my flesh. My own bloody hand shook with pleasure against my sex. I moaned as I came, erect in a hazy, magnified orgasm. I could feel every one of his fingers in my skin, fat and muscle, deep inside me. I shuddered as the aftershocks of pleasure kept washing over me. Then his fingers left me. A pathetic, needy sound escaped me as he walked away. The cold air was where his body used to be made me shiver. Something isn't right. I know that this is not. You like that, huh? Didn't I tell you? You see, there's more ways to skin a... Oh, Nico M. has made an interesting suggestion. His chuckle sounded like music. You guys really are in the mood for power tools today. Well, you know what I always say. Your wish is my command. He walked somewhere into the darkness. My brain replayed the words of power tools over and over. That's bad, isn't it? Isn't it bad? He returned to me holding some new object. I froze at the sudden burst of light and heat. Nico says you're bleeding a lot. That we should cauterize your little holes. I couldn't fully comprehend what he was saying. I have a little challenge for you, too. Do you think you can handle it? That's right. I'm gonna leave your hands free, and you're gonna keep them down. I looked down at my hands attached to my arms, dead weights. Like dead weights. I scoffed. That's easy. He laughed at my response. Is it? Just remember, or else I'll burn your hands. You don't want that. My slurred responses felt automatic, like someone else was speaking for me. A smile crept to the edges of my lips. That's nice. That's easier. I watched him raise the nozzle of the blowtorch to my arm. Heat and light exploded from the tip. My eyelids fluttered, bewildered. An echo of the sun was burned into my vision. I couldn't blink it away. You may not want to look directly at it, Pat. Not if you want to keep your only eye working. He laughed, and I laughed along with him. Yeah, I should look away. It's too bright. The light flashed again, and I felt a blast of heat. It's so hot. I lifted my hand weakly to touch the hot spot on my arm. Claws clapped around my wrist. Keep your hands down. I gasped at the sudden change in his demeanor, and for some reason I felt ashamed. How did I forget? Sorry. I'm sorry. His claws disappeared, and another miniature sun blossomed around the edge of my vision. I started to notice a strange smell. It's burning. Light flashed. Again and again. The smell got stronger. Heat and burning. The little suns. Images of campfires started to dance in my head. My mouth watered in memory of things cooked over a flame. Cool air washed over the hot spots on my body, and the darkness returned. How do you feel, darling? Hungry. That familiar fox bark erupted from him. It smells like... Well, why don't you take a bite? A bite? He gently picked my arm up from the ground and held it in front of me. I realized the smell was indeed coming from me. Go ahead. That's my arm. Do it. His voice had changed again. That was a command. I have to. I brought my arm up to my face. I breathed in the intoxicating scent of charred meat. I want to taste it anyway. I opened my mouth and licked the skin. The texture was so rough, and the sensation sent sparks through me. I sank my teeth in without another thought. Tingling heat, pressure, even the slick of my own saliva. It made me crazy. I slowly pulled away a chunk of meat with a moan. As I rolled in my mouth, I felt him press up against me. I chewed and relished the morsel. I was so hungry. You're so cute. They adore you. They? My gaze settled on the camera in front of me. Your audience. Don't you remember? I swallowed. Chad. That's right. They've been watching you this whole time. I looked at the bleeding divot in my arm. Something in the back of my mind was screaming, "They love watching you bleed. They love watching you fall apart. All your hopes and dreams, all the memories, an entire life spilling out on the floor. Some of them are probably masturbating right now. Did you know that?" Something was dripping from my chin. I didn't know if it was blood or tears. I was shaking. "They can all see you." I heard a faint click and the shuffling of him removing his mask. I shivered as his lips touched my ear. "But only I can smell you." The screaming inside me was scratching at me, trying to escape. "Take another bite." That's my arm. Fangs clamped down on my collar, stunning me into silence. Without pain, there was only the pressure and the vague sensation of tearing. He thrashed and pulled for a moment, ripping the skin apart viciously. I felt blood spill from his mouth, still closed over my neck. Then I felt his tongue moving slowly over the wound. Why did I make that sound? I know this is bad. I know it is, but it's just so... I squeezed my eyes tight, trying to ignore it. All I could taste was his tongue and his heavy breathing. This isn't helping at all. He lapped at my wound a few times before he finally withdrew, panting. I sat there still stunned as he licked his lips and put his mask back on. Cleared his throat. He seemed embarrassed. "That's enough." With a quick roll of his shoulders, he turned back to the screens. "Well, who's ready for the grand finale? You came here for blood, and blood you shall receive." His demeanor changed again. I couldn't keep track of what was happening. "This next game is very simple." He circled behind me again. I jumped a little when something light fell on my shoulders. Wire. It closed around my neck. A bubble of fear made its way to the front of my mind. He connected a wire loop to the chain above me. What? The wire tightened. I had to strain my shackled legs to raise myself enough to breathe. It seemed nearly impossible with my body feeling so heavy. My head was swimming. Here. Huh? I looked at his offering. I gingerly took it into my hands. It was a knife. They want to see blood, darling. Blood. They want to see blood. An unspoken agreement materialized in my head. Cut myself and the wire goes away, right? That's easy. Nothing hurts right now. I slashed the blade sloppily across my thigh. As expected, blood began to seep out from the wound. I looked up expectantly. That's good. But they want to see more. I slashed again with little concern for my legs. I could barely feel it anyway. No. Huh? Your belly. Deeper. I looked down. I touched the point of my knife to the side of my stomach. I knew the wire must be cutting into my neck. My breaths were so shallow. It was like a dream. Just a dream. I pushed the tip inside, filled with wonder at how easy it was. I understand now. They want to see my insides. I dragged the blade across my belly, deep through skin, fat, and muscle. Wait, my hand immediately froze. I looked up at him, knife still inside me, waiting for my next instruction. But he just stood there. He turned to his screens. No, of course not. Your wish is my... Actually, fuck that. The show's over. The screen suddenly went dark, and I couldn't see. I felt something grab the knife out of my hands and throw it across the room. I gasped as the wire suddenly released, and I fell forward on my knees. I took in a few ragged breaths as the wire was pulled away from my neck. Dizzy and confused, I felt the shackles around my ankles opened. I was pushed onto my back. What was happening? Why did he stop the... Shut up! Stop talking. I felt a heavy knock at the door. You hit a call button, sir? Medics! Now! I have 2 here. The abdomen. Stop the bleeding. I want them alive. This one's mine now. And that, y'alls, was the entirety of the one titled The Price of Flesh. Now, y'alls, at this time, I just ask that you bear with me for a brief intermission before we dive in to the second half of our double feature. Thank you, one and all, for your kind patience. And we are back now with the latest work of the developer by the name of Gato Bob, who has brought us not only the masterpiece we completed just now, but also both installments of our last stream, the Boyfriend to Death duology. Before we get started, this game is horror porn. This game includes dark themes such as murder, gore, suicide, and sexual assault. This is not a dating game. This is not a parable. And it is not an example of BDSM or any healthy form of relationship. It is just a freaky story where bad things happen. This game is 18 plus. If you are under 18 and an adult is trying to show you this game, they are a loser and a creep. Get rid of them. Check out the warnings page if you want to see specific warnings. I should note this title did just recently come out, and as such, must be stressed that this was made entirely by human hands and no AI was used. How as for what specifically we can expect, screen vibration, shaking and flashing, alcohol consumption, knife violence, rape, assault with power tools, electrocution, medical themes, mind break themes, misuse of pain meds, filming without consent, self-harm, suicide, fire burning, body mutilation, and falling downstairs. Without further ado, let's dive in, y'all. The title of this one, You Kill Me Every Time, Strayed. Those of you familiar with Gato Bob's previous work would know that this is not so much a sequel as it is a remake of undoubtedly the highlight of the inaugural Boyfriend to Death installment. This one centered completely around who is the character who is easily the star of that title. The torrential downpour seemed to come out of nowhere. It wasn't even cloudy when I left. I stood under an awning and watched the wall of gray solidify with a sigh. My attention was coaxed to a warm yellow light coming from behind me. Was it some kind of pub? I'd never seen it before, yet somehow it felt nostalgic. I gave up the idea of getting home soon, so I opened the door. The sound of relaxed chatting and clinking glasses drew me in. I sat down at a small table and breathed in the scent of cheap liquor and damp wood. Well, I've never seen you before. My attention snapped up to a man sitting at my table across from me. Are you waiting for someone? Oh. I think I was waiting for you. Ho ho! You're so charming. I got a bit ahead of myself. My name is Straight. What about you? I'm Bonehead. Nice to meet you. Oh, I'm glad you came in here. I was thinking to myself how I wanted someone to talk to. I noticed he had a European accent of some kind. Please, let me get you a beer. He shifted in his chair, seeming as if he wasn't gonna wait for an answer. Oh, thanks. He grinned as he got up. I watched as he sauntered towards the bar. I let out a short laugh and took a look back at the windows. Still raining, maybe even worse than before. My mind wandered. What am I doing here? Suddenly, Strayed was back. He set 2 drinks on the table as he sat down. This is my favorite bar. It's a good place for conversation, don't you think? I looked around at the patrons, nearly all sipping beverages. He was right. Everyone was talking. Among the murmurs, a few excited exclamations about the weather. I took a sip of my beer, and he did the same. Since I've never seen you here before, I assumed you weren't on your way to the bar. Did you come from work? Well, no, I was just trying to get home before the rain. Oh, I see. I suppose that didn't really work out. Well, hopefully the rain clears up soon. Though in the meantime, I'd love to hear a little more. I relaxed into my seat and began chatting with him. It seemed so easy to talk about myself, I hardly even noticed my beer rapidly disappearing. I told him about my day while he listened, fully invested. And then, well, I ended up here. So you have. I suppose your bad luck is my good luck. You've been fascinating so far. He chuckled, seeming totally pleased with the situation. Hey, let me get you another drink. Who, you trying to get me drunk? Well, I admit I'd love to keep chatting. If it cost me a few beers, then I will happily pay. He left again, swiftly coming back with a drink. He slid it over to me and took another sip of his own. He leaned back for a moment, looking behind me with a whistle. Rain's still coming down like crazy. I suppose I haven't told you anything about myself yet. He stopped to consider for a moment. Well, these days, when I'm not hanging around here, I'm usually working on the old project. I started studying engineering in Europe and then moved here. I went to a university a few provinces away to continue with that, but mortgages are cheaper here. I raised my eyebrow. Really, that's interesting. Is it? Oh, I just love machines, designing, researching, building. It's all really exciting to me. And I suppose I'm lucky too. I've managed to secure a few patents that are still paying royalties. More income means more beers for my new friend. He let out a deep laugh. He really seems to be enjoying himself. He went on to gleefully explain a few engineering concepts. Despite the fact that a lot of concepts went over my head, his excitement in explaining them was infectious. I looked down at my empty beer. Have we really been chatting for this long? Let me freshen you up. Oh, please. So polite still. He left and returned with another glistening mug. I could still hear the rain hammering on the roof of the building, but it didn't bother me like before. I gulped my drink. This really isn't so bad. The time seemed to slip by. An hour passed and in a blink, as Straight kept bringing me new drinks whenever I ran dry. I found myself listening to him and talking about myself with a sense of ease. Whenever I cracked a joke, he laughed heartedly. As he kept chatting away happily, I leaned in. There was something attractive about him. I let myself lose track of time. Drowsiness softened my thoughts and I slumped back in my chair. You're starting to look a bit tired, Butty. I yawned in reply. It's this bar. It's making me feel sleepy. Oh, you're right. And I guess we've been at it for quite a while. He looked over my shoulder and clicked his tongue in disapproval. The rain hasn't slowed down one bit. I looked behind me to see a wall of water past the window myself. I guess we just have to get you home anyway. Oh yeah, it's getting late. As I stood up, the blood seemed to rush out of my head. I steadied myself on the table. Had a bit too much to drink? He laughed warmly. You certainly can't leave like that. Don't worry, I can drive. He barely touched his beer. The bar is much quieter now. I really lost track of time. He walked past the last few patrons and pushed through the door. As it shut behind us, the soothing sound of the bar was abruptly silenced, and we were left alone in the dark with the roaring rain. I parked just over here. His arm wrapped around my shoulders with a smile that seemed to know exactly how attractive I found him. And before I could protest, I was pushed out into the sheet of falling water. The sudden splash of cold water on my face wasn't enough to sober me up. I stumbled, and his grip tightened. His firm embrace was the only thing keeping me upright as we walked forward. I cursed myself for drinking so much. This is a little embarrassing. Which way are we going? It was hard to see in the dark, but then suddenly a brick wall emerged from the murk and slammed into my face. Straight's weight followed and ground me against the rough surface. I tried to scream as loud as possible. With a sense of panic, I realized his body was crushing the air from me. What was left of my scream was swallowed by the rain. He shuffled for a moment and then wrenched my wrists together behind me. The sound of a zip tie closing sent a deep chill down my spine. I tried to pull my wrists away from his grip, but another tie tightened around them. Come on, relax. His hand slid over my mouth. It's time for you to come home. I maneuvered my hand and bit down on his hand as hard as I could. Ooh. I expected him to jump backwards to get away from me, but he didn't. I realized he was breathing hard next to my ear. A bite, huh? I like that. A thick piece of fabric was pulled around my mouth, tightened and tied quickly behind my head. And then another. A blindfold. I tried to quell a sense of rising panic. He gripped my shoulder again and started pushing me along. He can't see, and I can't scream. My mind raced, hoping that someone would see what was happening, but the pounding rain on my head washed that thought away. Of course, everyone is inside. I stumbled forward, blind and completely helpless, until we finally stopped, maybe just a half block away. A beep and a click. I was pushed forward until I fell over the bumper of a car. Come on now. Another shove and a lift, and I was inside what I was sure was a trunk. See you at home, buddy. The trunk slammed shut. Some insane part of my mind felt like it was worth focusing on being warm and out of the rain. The sound of the engine brought me back to reality. I tried to kick at the trunk, but nothing gave at all. My feet hurt. My head hurts. I squeezed my eyes tight and tried to stay calm as I was rocked back and forth by the vehicle's movements. I couldn't tell if it was my panic playing with my sense of time or not, but the drive seemed to take forever. Eventually, I heard the pop of the driver's door opening. My heart started hammering again. A click and a whoosh of air told me the trunk was opened. Oh, look at you. You are so cute like that. I tried to protest, but the fabric gag muffled anything I could possibly say. Hands clapped around my shoulders and pulled me out of the trunk. I wobbled, trying to stand. He steadied me. Come on, just a bit farther. He sounded excited, like I was blindfolded because he was going to surprise me with a gift. He guided me firmly across the floor. It was warm, quiet, no rain. This must be a garage. I felt myself push through the threshold of a door. Okay, be careful here. These are stairs down. I pushed a toe forward till the ground disappeared. Fear pulsed through me. Why would he lie? Would he lie? What if it just drops? He forced me forward until I had to find the next stair to steady myself. My half whimper, half sigh of relief was muffled by the gag. I continued my forced march down the stairs as I considered my position. If it was a garage, if that was a garage, then this must be a basement. I lurched forward. There was no next step. I'd reached the bottom. He pushed me further, just a few steps, and then stopped. Is this it? Is he gonna kill me now? He clicked his tongue. Heel soaked. He was right. I was shivering. Just a second. I don't know what he expected me to do other than wait. I can't even say. I focused on the sound of a drawer being rifled through, and then I froze as a sharp point pressed lightly under my chin. This is a knife. I'm going to cut your clothes off. I instinctively lurched backwards from the point. My head collided dully with something behind me. I tried to step back, but I couldn't. There was some kind of pole behind me. Stay still. I'm not planning to hurt you yet. I'm just getting these wet clothes off of you. The word yet was echoing in my head as I heard a swift rip of fabric. I gasped involuntarily as my wet clothing was peeled away from me. Soon I was standing there in nothing but my underwear. My arms were bound. I couldn't even cover myself. No need to be shy here. By the time we're done, you won't be worried about that at all. I wanted to argue, but two heavy hands gripping my shoulders cut off my train of thought. Zit. They pushed me down with the command. I shoved back against him and screamed into my gag. His hand suddenly pushed hard, sending me to the floor in a heap. My arms rubbed against a metal pole. Just relax. His voice was coming from behind me now. The zip ties holding my wrists together were sliced away. Before I could comprehend my freedom, I was frozen by the uncharacteristic rip of duct tape. My arms were pulled tight behind me and bound around the pole. The cloth in my mouth was pulled away. Then the blindfold was finally lifted from my face. Comfy. Help! Someone help me! This guy kidnapped me! I strained, desperately listening for some kind of evidence that anyone could hear me. Were those footsteps upstairs? Silence. Ah, you have healthy lungs on you. Anyway, now you're dry, so you won't freeze. I want you to be properly awake tomorrow. I admit, I'm really excited to get started. But it's a bit late, and I want to be properly awake too. So get some sleep. He turned towards the stairs. I watched him bound up the stairs, whistling happily. The heavy sound of a door closing seemed to jumpstart my panic. Is he's really just leaving me down here? I twisted my wrists and pulled at the bindings. Can't. Tried to calm down. I started examining the space around me. It seemed mostly like a mostly regular basement, although a few tools sent a shiver up my spine. Muffled talking caught my attention. It was him, I could tell, but who was he talking to? I could hardly hear, but it sounded like another man. Hey! Help me! He's crazy! He's gonna kill me! The voices stopped for a moment. They heard me, and then they started talking again. My hope died as quickly as it arrived. Whoever he's talking to, I don't think they're gonna help me. There's no point in fighting anymore. If I sleep, maybe I'll have enough energy to try and escape tomorrow. He might make a mistake and I'll need to react fast. The fear finally started giving way to exhaustion. I slowly drifted into a restless sleep. Something was nudging me. Here, have you awake yet? My memory flooded back to me, bringing fresh panic in its wake. You are very cute when you're asleep, you know. I thought coming down the stairs would wake you up. No, this can't be real. You might have slept better than me, actually. I was so excited to play with you that I couldn't rest. But now, we can finally get started. He held up a gleaming knife. I thought about all the things I could do. But I think this starts simple. He moved in close to me. I instinctively shuffled, trying in vain to get away from him. A hand cupped my face. Where should we start? Your leg looks soft. I couldn't think. I just stared at the knife as he lowered it to my exposed skin. His grip on my face tightened. Don't worry, I'll make sure to go slow. He dragged the blade across my skin, slowly as he promised. I clenched my jaw and sucked in a breath. It hurt, but it wasn't anything I couldn't handle. I refused to give him the satisfaction. He shifted his weight, seeming to renew his excitement. He finally left my face as he steadied himself. He moved the knife edge across my skin next to the original cut. I stifled a yelp as the edge tore my skin apart. He increased the pressure and the speed. My blood clanged to the edge of the knife in his shaking hand. I glanced back up at him and realized he was still watching. Had he looked down at all? I cried as a deep gash was slashed into my leg. I knew it. I knew you would be good. I could tell. His free hand slid over my thigh, roughly teasing my fresh open wounds. Show me more. He positioned the tip of the knife to the point straight down my thigh. I scrunched my eyes shut and tried to brace myself. I screamed as he plunged the blade deep into my leg. I slumped over my mangled lap. My heart was pounding, spilling my blood out onto the stained floor. Another rhythm crept into my consciousness. He was panting. His fingers moved towards the hilt of the knife still lodged in my body. That's too deep, isn't it? I went too far. I knew I would go too far. His other hand tightened around the grip. I screamed as he jerked the knife, twisting it slightly. He's too much. I know. What the hell is he talking about? The agony in my leg consumed me. His confusing self-argument was more than I could process. He started to pull the knife out of me. I groaned as the serrated edges of the knife tore at my mutilated flesh. I tried to breathe slowly to adjust to the pain. He kept pulling the knife out, slowly, agonizingly. He matched his breathing to mine, his breaths growing deeper as well. Finally, the tip of the knife emerged from the bloody pulp. His breath, he breathed out a sigh, as if it had come out of his own leg. I remained frozen, worried that any sound or motions would get him going again. Eventually, his breathing relaxed. "You're bleeding a lot." His fingers hovered over the wound he created. "So much." His hand balled into a fist, withdrawn in chastity rather than violence. He let out a breath and stood up. My body finally released a fraction of the tension it was holding. "So you want me to stitch you up?" You know it will hurt, don't you? But you know you need to stop bleeding too. You're a tough one, survivor. Very interesting. Well, let's fix you up then. He turned to gather a medical kit and a bottle from the cabinets behind him. He sat down and placed the objects on the ground. As he picked through it, I was a bit surprised to see how clean everything looked. Eventually, individually wrapped sterile supplies looked so out of place in his bloody fingers. He tore a tiny packet and pulled out a carved needle. Anxious energy flowed through me like a wave. Why is he moving so slowly? I tore my gaze away from the needle and found the answer. He was staring at me. "You're sweating." I tucked my chin defensively. He lowered the needle to my torn up thighs. I twitched reflexively, anticipating pain. He lowered his knee over mine and held down my other leg firmly. He brushed the needle over the largest gaping wound. I twitched again, but his body kept mine restrained. He clicked his tongue appreciatively. "This will hurt." Before I could react, the needle shot through my ruined skin. My gasp of surprise devolved into a groan of pain. He pushed the needle through the other side of the wound, eliciting a fresh cry. His concentration didn't waver. He kept moving the needle in. I squirmed. Out. I screamed. He was moving faster. I couldn't keep track anymore. Why? He pulled the strings smoothly and tied them with mechanical precision. Why is he moving so quickly? Is this mercy? Through waves of pain, I tried to concentrate on his face. No, it's not mercy. This is obsession. He can't stop. I didn't think he could even slow down. I tried to relax as he finished. Eventually, he paused, scanning my leg. I finally lowered my gaze and held in a gasp. They're perfect. The length of the cut strings, the distance between stitches, something about the unwavering uniformity made me uneasy. He was panting and sweating. What do you think, mein Liebling? Oh, they're just perfect. He let out a genuine laugh. I wasn't sure if he picked up on my incredulous tone. Well, I had an inspiring canvas. Anyway, we still have one more thing to do. I balked at the idea of any more torture. We need to clean you up. I let out a small sigh of relief. It would be no good if you got infected. I looked down at my freshly stitched, bloody thighs. The angry blush of bruising was already spreading out from the wounds. He opened another packet from his medical kit. It had a wipe inside. This will sting a bit. I sucked in a breath, prepared for the worst. Yet he moved fairly gently. He rubbed the wipe over my leg, carefully cleaning the blood. It did sting a bit near the cuts, but certainly not as bad as anything I'd just endured. I gasped as his hand dipped between my thighs. There's blood here, too. He seemed to enjoy my reaction. I tried not to think too hard about it. Here, mostly clean. Mostly? He grabbed a bottle beside the kit. This will sting a lot. He opened the bottle and immediately poured it over my injuries. I screamed at the instant intense burning. I thought it was acid at first, but thankfully the pain began to subside quickly. Hockey hole. Should be nice and clean now. I felt my body slumping forward, pulling at the bonds on my wrist. I could hardly feel them. Feeling a bit worn out. Now that the pain was starting to dull, my head was starting to feel heavy. I couldn't think of a response, but it didn't seem like he was expecting one. He cupped my face in his hand. His hand was rough but warm. A simple touch, a gentle gesture. I was starving for comfort and I wasn't about to be picky. I can see why you might be tired after all of that. I was a little bit, extreme. But you're very exciting. The buzzing pain was distracting me. What the hell is he talking about? I'm so glad I brought you home. I feel like I'm getting to know you very well. And as much as I want to push you to the edge, I want to make this last. So I'll let you rest. We'll have time for all that later. He stood up straight and motioned to leave. I let him walk away. The stairs creaked as he thumped casually up the door. With a heavy thud, I knew I was alone again. I let out a sigh. For a while, I could hear footsteps, but eventually only silence remained with me. The pain in my legs was a dull throb. I tried to consider my options. What was that? I clamped my stunned mouth shut. Whatever that was, it can't be good. I shook my head trying to remember what I saw. Couldn't have been him. Was it a person or... I let out an exasperated breath. I should probably forget about it. I have enough to worry about. Suddenly, one of my hands popped out of the tape. I froze, not quite believing that I was free. It worked. My heart started racing. What do I do now? I didn't think I'd get this far. I leaned against the pole and shakily got to my feet, wincing as my stitches protested. Rows of various wrenches. As I was considering their possibility as a weapon, a glint of metal caught my eye. Near the back of the drawer, a knife. I pulled it out as my heart started pounding. Oh yeah, this is what I was looking for. I gripped the knife and closed the drawer. I looked around and found a mini fridge. I popped it open and found a single cheap beer and a roast beef sandwich in a plastic bag. Just the sight of food made my stomach rumble viciously. Fear might have been masking it before, but I was starving. I grabbed the sandwich and tore the package open. I stuffed it into my mouth and practically moaned into it. My ravenous hunger drove me to take huge bites. After nearly choking, I pulled out the beer and cracked it open before immediately chugging it. Relief washed over me as the liquid helped the sandwich go down. I didn't care about the taste. I was far too hungry and thirsty. I finished every bit of the sandwich and every drop of the beer. I took a moment just to bask in the sensation of fullness after so long. Eventually, I gathered my strength to leave the afterglow of my meal. I placed the bag and empty can back in the fridge where I found them. I closed the fridge and sighed. That's a lot better. I returned to the pole and leaned against it with a sigh. I've done all I can. Now I need some rest. I slid down till I was in my original position. I considered the discarded duct tape on the floor. I'd better put it back over my wrists. A plan started to form in my mind. It's loose enough now. I should be able to get out if I need to. I shuffled the knife under my thighs to hide it. I just have to wait for the right time, when his guard is down. Visions of his blood splattered on the floor brought a grin to my tired face. I pulled the loose tape back over my wrist and sat, looking exactly how he left me, and then I finally let my head droop. I gasped as I sat up. My eyes adjusted slowly as I took in soft waves of snow. It felt around me like warm clumps. Are you listening? Of course, none of that was real. Silence and snow surrounded me. Damn it. Softly caressing me. Why won't you listen? I looked for the voice. I am listening. No wind or muted snowfall penetrated my cloak. I am happy there. I am safe here. You're not here. The voice. I screamed at the voice. I screamed again. Why couldn't I hear? I will listen for you and you will scream for me. I love you so much. Something was shaking me. Good morning, mein Liebling. Or maybe I should say good noon. You were sleeping very deeply. My nervous system was awake, but my brain was still catching up. The dull throb in my legs made itself known against my will. I wanted to let you rest, but I couldn't wait any longer. We have so much to do. I knew I wasn't going to like where this was going, but somehow I was surprisingly glad for the company. But first a couple of things. You don't mind if I film, do you? It's okay. You're so sweet. Don't worry, you won't even notice it. See? I sighed and let it go. I'm sure the camera's the least of my problems. He suddenly pulled something from his pocket, causing me to flinch slightly. I also have something for you. A granola bar. I realized I've been forgetting to feed you. Can't have you passing out from hunger of all reasons. You'll need your energy. He unwrapped the bar and held it to my face. I immediately went for the bar and took a huge bite. I didn't care how I looked anymore. I was hungry. I barely chewed the first bite before going in for another. I half expected him to tear the bar away, to trick me somehow. But he held it steadily as I ravenously wolfed it down. Hungry, eh? I answered his question by yanking a chunk of bar from his hand with my teeth. You can chew. I won't take it away. You can chew. I won't take it away. I huffed out of breath and slowed down a little. Before I knew it, he was holding a piece too small for me to bite away. He took my momentary hesitation as an invitation. He pushed the last bit between my lips, brushing his fingers over my skin just a little too long. He stood up and dusted his hands off with his shirt. The tiny meal did make me feel better. Thanks. The phrase came out reluctantly. Oh, still polite, eh? I can tell that was difficult for you. My relief was short-lived. He was staring at me. I shifted nervously as he studied my body. Your stitches look pretty good. I looked down at my mangled body. My throat tightened. He was going to do more. You look scared. He shifted his weight a little closer. 2 nights alone tied to a pole in a strange man's basement. I'm sure you'll know that no one will find you here. So it's just you and me. And you know I'm going to kill you. Do you think it'll be today? Or will I just play with you again? Squeezed my legs tighter. What is he going on about? Maybe I'll cut your new stitches open. Maybe I'll cut out one of your organs and make you eat it. I bet you look so cute with your liver in your mouth. Oh, you're getting a bit pale. Okay, I have a better idea. I really didn't want to hear any more of his ideas. I almost wish he'd stop talking and get it over with. Why don't I let you have some control, eh? You get to choose what we do next. I swallowed nervously. He turned to the cabinets and took his time looking for different tools. I couldn't quite see what he was doing, but I heard a click. Yes, this is good. Manual versus automatic. I heard the unmistakable whirl of a drill. Okay, bonehead, here's your choice. Drill or hammer? The drill. I chose the drill. The drill. Good choice. I was secretly hoping you would choose it. He put the hammer down and kneeled next to me. I flinched as he pulled the trigger and waved the spinning drill bit in my face. This can do a lot of damage, you know. You're pretty brave to be picking it. I felt like I was being pushed through a corridor. Sweat and heat, walls closing and pushing me closer to a killing machine. I smelled blood and envisioned a slaughterhouse. His free hand running over my hot thigh shocked me out of the vivid scene in my head. Your legs are a bit chewed up still. Maybe we should give your arms some attention. I tried to shift my position defensively, but as usual, it was no use. Trying to turn away only exposed my shoulder to him more. Which hand do you mostly use? I don't know. He laughed wholeheartedly. You forgot which hand you use. You're so funny. He took a moment to settle himself. Okay, I'll just pick for you. Don't worry. He grabbed my arm. He wasn't waiting anymore. Panic exploded to the front of my mind. He pushed the cold blunt tip into my skin with bruising force. Get ready. The next moment was an explosion of sound and pain. The spinning metal tore through my flesh with vicious force. My blood splattered my own face. I hardly even realized I'd been screaming. He wasn't letting go. He wasn't stopping. So much noise. The drill, my screaming, and he was screaming too. Suddenly the drill stopped. He was panting and shaking. The bit was still lodged deep in my arm. My scream had devolved into a trembling moan of pain that sounded so alien to me. Think you'll go through the bone? His voice was so slow and heavy that I didn't register what he said at first. I tried to ready myself this time. I relaxed my muscles and accepted my fate. He pulled the trigger, and in agony like I've never felt shot through my arm to the rest of my body. Hee, don't pass out. My whole arm hurt so much that even my fingertips felt like they were bruised and broken. I could barely tell when he pulled the bit from my arm. That's good. He briefly cupped my chin and looked at my face. You can handle a little more. I tried to say no, to scream, but I felt like I couldn't control my tongue. I only managed a garbled mess of panic and distress. He moved the drill bit over my knee. Can't have you running around anyway. For a fleeting moment, I experienced true hell. In the split second, I felt the drill spin back to life, tearing through my skin, then crunching, grinding through the bone just beneath. My head was pounding. My whole body was throbbing. My throat was so sore I tasted blood. Was I screaming? Here you go. My arm, my knee. The pain was so overwhelming I was feeling nauseous. Stay with me. I know. It was too much. Somehow, he was petting my head, and somehow it made the pain feel slightly better. I ground my teeth. Part of me felt stupid for enjoying it, but the rest of me was just willing to accept any tiny relief, no matter where it came from. I know it hurts. There's a bright side to the drill, though. Small holes, you won't need stitches. I didn't have the energy to acknowledge his banter. I just wanted him to stop already. He seemed to be examining my leg, though pain seized most of my attention. Just the bandage, I think. He got up and rummaged through his cabinets again. I slumped against the pole, breathed a sigh of relief. My whole body hurt like hell, but at least he seemed to be winding down, and I survived. I heard him washing his hands in the sink, and then he came back. Okay, mein Liebling. He revealed a wad of wet paper towel. He raised my arm and I winced, remembering the alcohol, but it was just water. The pressure still hurt my damaged muscle, but the water was warm. On a grand scale of things he'd done to me, this wasn't so bad. I found myself relaxing slightly in spite of it all. You got blood on your face, too. Before I could answer, he raised the wet towel, now pink with blood, to my face. I didn't see the need to fight him on this. He was working fairly gently, and honestly, it felt nice. Oh, I forgot your bandages. He grabbed another paper towel. I shouldn't get distracted so easily. He carefully dabbed the blood of my wounds, and I slipped further into the murk of my mind. He wrapped my arm and knee in clean gauze, and I stared blankly. Then he shattered my malaise with a single sentence. You're not going to be able to walk properly anymore. He said it in the same tone he used to comfort me, but the reality of it hit me like a brick. Well, you probably won't leave this basement anyway. I remembered where I was and what he said he was gonna do. I stared in horrified silence. But there's no need to worry about that yet, right? He waited a moment for an answer he wouldn't get. Anyway, I can see you're tired. I'll let you get some rest. I barely noticed him leave. It felt like I was drowning in my thoughts. 1,000 different things, but I couldn't make sense of any of them. Just dark water in my mind, pulling me under. I let out a defeated sigh. I have to do something. I have to find a way out of here. I won't last much longer. My body wouldn't answer the desperation of my mind. I couldn't even seem to keep my head up. I sighed and surrendered to sleep. I froze, not understanding what I was seeing for a moment. The figure in front of me was definitely not him. Couldn't sleep. Pulled my aching legs toward myself. Those ears and tail. Am I dreaming? I'm not gonna hurt you. I just wanted to take a look. I couldn't seem to find my voice. I could only stare at him. After I got over most of the initial shock, I realized he was staring at me too. I thought I was used to wearing nothing but my underwear, but I shifted my legs to try and hide my body a little. Who are you? Ren. Oh, I'm Bonehead, I know. He talks about you a lot. He straight appeared in my mind like a lightning strike. I knew then, without a doubt, that I was awake. 1,000 questions exploded in my head. One rose to the top and fell out of my mouth before I could organize them. Will you help me? I can't. Look, it's not that I don't want to, okay? I want you to last a long time. As long as you're alive, he'll leave me. But he doesn't know I'm here. I'm not supposed to be down here. Are you like me then? He sighed. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Do you see this collar? It's a shot collar, and he always has a remote for it, and if I do anything wrong, or if I step outside the house, he'll electrocute me. I took a moment to process this onslaught of new information. So you can't do anything. Now you're getting it. But then why'd you even come down here? If you know you can't help me, then this is a big risk. Why? It's been months since I've been able to talk to anyone else. I see. I tried to calm the storm in my head. I don't think he's dangerous, but I don't think he can save me either. Look, I can't help you much. But he suddenly crouched down to the floor. Sometimes he takes me back down here, and he leaves me so I hid these. He lifted up the grate on the drain in the middle of the floor, and he withdrew a tiny pill bottle. Painkillers. He approached me with a pill on his finger, and then he lifted it up to my mouth. I couldn't help but notice the large, curved claw on his fingertip. What if he's lying? I shook my head internally. None of that matters. I leaned forward and pushed the pill between my lips. It was difficult to swallow with a dry mouth, but I eventually managed. He put the bottle and grate back. If you're alone, you can get it with your feet. It's not easy. It's not like you have anything else to do. And one last thing. The night footage gets deleted automatically after a couple of days. He won't find out if you don't give him a reason to check. So don't give him a reason to check. Anyway, I have to go. I've pushed this too far already. Really have to go now. He turned and left, moving deftly to the stairs. I sat alone for a moment. Then I pulled my hands from the loosened tape and rubbed my wrists. It was so hard to keep my wrists still while Strayed was hurting me. I felt under myself for the comforting presence of the knife. I hope I didn't miss my chance. I sighed and looked around the empty basement. Plastic cutlery. Bottle opener. And a bag of zip ties. Maybe these could actually come in handy. Might as well gather as many tools as possible. I took a few ties from the bag. I stepped over to the drain in the middle of the floor, and then I bent down, wincing as my knees ached. Pulled the cover off the drain. I tucked the zip ties into the drain and carefully balanced the knife over the drain pipe. I felt more relaxed with them both out of sight. I put the grate back over the drain. I shuffled back to the pole and slipped my wrists back into the loose tape. I think I've done everything I can. I have to bide my time and get some rest. The painkiller Ren gave me started to work. I relaxed a bit as the pain of my injuries slowly died down a bit. Eventually, I fell asleep. Good morning. It's time to wake up. I opened my eyes slowly and reluctantly. Even the usual rush of terror I felt as I remembered where I was seemed to be muted. The trauma of the last few days had me feeling empty and weak. You've lasted a long time. His voice cut through the fog of my thoughts. I'm very happy for this. I didn't even have the energy to groan in reply to his positive energy. What? You're not looking so good. Your knee is swelling a lot. It really hurts. Is that so? It does look very sensitive. I recoiled as he approached me and crouched down. Please don't. He ignored my protest and slid his hand over my knee. Still, the pain blossomed like a flame, even though his touch was feather-light. You're doing quite well. You're very, robust. He laughed lightly. You make me forget words. He squeezed my knee until I lurched forward in agony. I hissed in discomfort as he continued. I want to try a bit something a bit different with you today. Ha ha, don't make that face. It's really easy. But first, I'll need you off that pole. My heart leaped into my throat. He's gonna notice the loose tape. My mind raced as I stood up. You can be good if I untie you, right? I immediately nodded in response. Good. He stepped behind me and grabbed one of my bound arms. This tape is barely on there. I felt him pull it off my wrists. What have you been up to? I just wanted to move my arms, that's all. Is that true? Yes. Well, it doesn't really matter anyway. He grabbed my arm and pulled me upwards. I stumbled on stiff and injured legs, but he braced me against his body to help me steady. There you go. I stood up shakily, but his hand never left my arm. He led me to what I thought was a table, until I saw from this angle that it was a table saw. I instinctively tried to slow down, but he pushed me along until I was standing in front of it. My now familiar sense of panic rose as I closed my throat. His heavy hand pressed against my back until I bent over the table. So you know what this is? I refused to answer him. He knows what it is. Well, it's a machine. I felt a finger touch the back of my head. I really love machines. Did I ever tell you that? His fingers started drawing circles absent-mindedly on the back of my skull. I like to pull them apart and figure them out. But there's more to it than that. His wistful tone felt so out of place. His wistful tone felt so out of place, pushed against a motionless saw. Machines are made by people for a purpose, intention. He began to stroke my head like some kind of pet. I love to look for that intention. The reason people make what they make. Why they do what they do. I didn't really know what he was trying to say, but I wasn't too eager for him to stop talking. What do you feel when you look at that blade? Like it would be really awesome if you didn't turn it on? His chuckle was quiet and dark. I feel like you're not listening to me at all. Not very good though, right? Even if I wasn't about to turn it on and push you into it. I stiffened. A cold bead of sweat rolled down my back. People think machines are ugly. More than ugly. Repulsive. People make the machines, but then they don't want to look at them. I find that very interesting. But it does make some sense, doesn't it? Intentions can be very ugly. A click, a high-pitched mechanical scream, and the saw came to life right in front of my face. My body moved on its own, straining against him, desperately trying to get away from the saw. His hand gripped the back of my head. I pushed against the table, clinging and scraping and trying to get any kind of purchase. I yelled and begged, but my voice was lost in the noise. My weakened body's desperate thrashing didn't seem to affect him at all. The muscles in his arm pressed my face closer and closer to the spinning blade, like a concrete wall crushing me. Is he really gonna kill me like this? I screamed and cried, but it only seemed to waste my incredibly limited strength. My nose was only millimeters from the machine now. I couldn't spare any effort to scream anymore. Only the scream of the blade filled the air now. And still he pushed. The whirling disc seemed to practically touch me. Just as my strength was giving out, his iron grip softened. I let myself fall to the table just beside the saw. He bent over my body, pressing me into the vibrating table. I almost did it. His voice was a little hard to hear over the saw, but he spoke very close to my ear. That would have been no fun. You would have died right there. I felt his gut bounce against me as he laughed. I didn't know if it was to be the way he spoke about killing me or if it was the noise, but I felt lightheaded. Through the dizziness, I began to register something else. His gut wasn't the only thing rubbing against my back. I could feel him fully hard, grinding roughly against me. A fight broke out in my head. Is this better or not? I clung to a frantic hope. Maybe he'll forget about the saw. So when he pulled down my underwear and unzipped his pants, I didn't fight it. Fingers licked with what I could only assume was a split plate against my entrance. For a moment, I was surprised he'd bother to prepare me in any way at all, but my surprise was short-lived. Only seconds later, his thick shaft replaced his fingers, and was roughly forced inside. I cried out weakly, but the sound was drowned out in the roar of the saw. He didn't waste any time warming up. He immediately pulled out and slammed back in, causing my whole body to bounce on the table. The pain was intense, but my fear of the saw blade still remained at the front of my mind. He launched into a brutal pace and fucked me over on the table. Each thrust slammed my hips bruisingly against the side. I heard a moan above me. It must have been loud to get through the noise. My shaking legs started to find some stability, but it was futile. I was completely at his mercy. Without slowing his pace at all, his hands began to wander over my back. One sweaty palm moved slowly down the length of my arm until it reached my wrist. His thrusting repeatedly jerked my body forward. His hand closed around my wrist and pushed it over the top of the table, grinding slowly over the surface. Every slam deep inside my sensitive core pushed my wrist a little further forward. With a new rush of panic, I saw his guiding path. My imprisoned hand was being forced closer and closer to the spinning blade. I tried to beg and scream, but it was lost in the noise. I squirmed, pitifully writhing with my depleted energy. This he noticed, but he only responded with an animalistic groan and a faster pace. My body stretched painfully as he seemed to get harder. My terror exploded as my fingers approached the saw. Then, in one motion, he pushed my hand into the saw, severing my ring and pinky fingers. I froze in shock as he slammed into me one last time, pumping cum as deep as possible. The saw finally stopped, but my ears were still ringing. I kept looking at the stumps on my hand. Is this someone else's hand? I was only vaguely aware of motions as he dragged my limp body back to the pole. A trail of blood followed me. It's my hand. It's my hand. Dots connected, nerves fired. Pain finally found its way into my brain. It only took moments to progress from warmth to excruciating torment. Yet somehow I felt a strange sense of relief. Pain was familiar. It was something I understood. I didn't even scream. Didn't have it in me. Can you hear me? I looked up at him, the source of pain. You look like you're in shock. I heard his words, but my mind wasn't forming a reply. My gaze dragged over his body. Medkit. That means it's over. Acid lightning shot through my arm as he picked it up and held my hand. Tears were flowing down my face. When did that start? He held the bleeding remnants of my hand as if he was about to ask me to dance. A dry husk of a laugh escaped my mouth. The image was funny. Oh, have I broken you? Break. I rolled a word in my mind but couldn't find its meaning. Meanwhile, he raised my fingers to his lips. He ran his tongue over my index finger, lapping at the blood that coated it. I shivered as a jolt of pain pulsed through my arm. Even my undamaged fingers hurt. The agony spread like radiation. I twitched in surprise as he pulled both of my remaining fingers into his mouth. The radial plan wasn't enough to distract me from the feeling of his tongue. The hot, wet muscle slipped between and around my fingers. I felt my neck heating up. The warm softness of his mouth was pulling me in. He'd never been anything but hard before. I couldn't make sense of it. He ran his tongue along me again, and I felt every texture in his mouth. He let my fingers slide out and breathed hot and heavy over my hand. I sat in silence as he finally stopped. My addled mind wandered in the shameless display. My addled mind wondered if the shameless display I had just witnessed really happened. I couldn't help myself. You make me, what's the English word for verklempt? I shuddered at the feeling of his spit cooling on me, barely hearing him. Well, I'd better get you cleaned up. My rapidly weakening body wavered against the pole. But first, he absent-mindedly rubbed the fingers of his left hand slowly before continuing. I have to know more. Tell me, how does your hand feel? I could hardly understand what he was saying, let alone say anything back. I grunted softly in reply. That's all you can manage. Come on. He squeezed my cheek as if he could force words from me like a toy. Give me more. He gripped my chin and waited for me to speak, but I had nothing more to give him. I stared dully at him, ready for whatever horror awaited me next. All right, let's finish this. He held my hand up along with a bottle. I recognized it only a split second before the alcohol poured over my stumps. Searing pain became a tear in my reality, a dark void that swallowed me. I gasped and coughed. When I looked around frantically trying to figure out where he went, I froze as I registered a strange noise. Snoring? I remembered my hand. I inhaled sharply at the surge of pain as I tried to pull it in front of me. A tiny whimper escaped my lips. I'm bound to the pole again. I gingerly felt around my injured hand with my good one. I felt cloth, bandages. I prodded at the stumps despite the pain. My insides seemed to flip. My fingers were missing, but it felt like they were still there. I remembered the scream of the saw and shook the thought from my mind. I need to concentrate and get my bearings. I felt the stumps more carefully. They were rounded, a suggestion of stitches closing them up, but I couldn't be sure. My attention returned to the snoring. It seemed to be coming from the door on my right. My brow furrowed in concentration. Did I pass out before? How long has it been? I felt like I could think again, but my body was a mess. I was tired too. Very tired. My hand hurt way too much to struggle. I'm definitely not getting out of the tape like this. I looked at the drain on the floor. I stretched my foot out and tried to push the grate off. It took several tries, but I eventually was able to push it aside. I felt around with my toes in the dark drain. The only thing I could reach was the hilt of the knife. I bit my lip and pushed it against the edge of the drain. I used all my will to prevent myself from shaking as the knife slowly emerged from the drain. With the small clatter and my heart pounding in my ears, the knife slid onto the floor. It's out. Now I just need to get it to my hands. I pulled the knife towards my hands easily. I breathed in and took a moment to bask in my partial success. Then I started shuffling, moving my butt to try and get the knife closer to the pole. I started aching and sweating, but I wasn't about to give up. Bit by bit, the knife got closer to my hands until finally, with a rush of excitement, my fingers grazed the side of the blade. I quickly shuffled and grasped the knife, held it against the tape. It was clumsy, and my skin didn't escape totally wound-free, but eventually the tape was severed. I pulled the wounded hand to my chest. Seeing my 2 finger stumps wrapped in clean bandages tempered my excitement, but I knew I had work to do. With some effort, I shakily stood up, crossed over to the floor drain, and pulled out the zip ties I'd hid earlier as well. These might come in handy. Then I pushed the grate back over. I headed towards the dark staircase. My legs were still tender, but I was able to limp forward well enough. Placed my foot on the first stair carefully. Then with a little more courage, I began to climb. A creak in the wood instantly froze my body. I waited in the dark, half expecting the world to end. But a big long snore from the other side of the basement reassured me. I'm still safe for now. I kept climbing so slowly and carefully I swear half an hour had passed. Then I reached the heavy door. Another loud snore told me in no uncertain terms he wasn't on the other side. I twisted the handle and pushed. Then my heart sank. It's locked from the other side. I twisted the knob and tested the door every way I could, but it was no use. There was a lock on my side, but I didn't see how that would do me any good. I pushed my rising panic back down. I have to do something. I gasped the sliding lock and pushed it carefully into place. I knew Strayed was sleeping down here, but for some reason it made me feel a little bit better. Like I had some tiny bit of control. I nodded at the door, accepting the tiny symbol of agency. Then I slowly descended back down to the staircase, carefully avoiding the creaky spots. Once my foot touched concrete, the familiar despair crept back in. I made my way over to the metal pole. It was a symbol of death and suffering, unimaginable cruelty. I reached out and touched it, but it was just a pole, just metal. Just an object. Just silence. I leaned against it and sighed. I approached the door on my right. Another long snore emerged from within. He's definitely in there. I gingerly touched the knob. I have to do this. I twisted, but it was locked. My heart jumped into my throat. I battled the panic inside me that threatened to reveal me and wake him. It's locked. It's fucking locked. There was nothing I could do. I dragged myself to the... Okay, so... Yeah, that's not what I was trying to do. Thankfully, though, I have a save file somewhere. Another long snore emerged from within. He's definitely in there. I gingerly touched the knob. I have to do this. I twisted, but it was locked. But then I remembered the latch on the inside. Oh, dumb. Oh. I took a deep breath and slipped the blade of my knife into the crack of the door. And then I lifted, slowly, carefully. I felt the resistance of the latch and pushed it upwards. Then, once I was sure it was out of the lock, I twisted the knob and pulled. The door opened, and there he was, fast asleep on the couch. I stalked, silent as the grave, and stopped next to the couch, hovering over his sleeping form. His wrists are right here. I looked at the ties I was carrying suddenly, as precious as diamonds. I just have to be fast, then he won't be able to do anything. I mentally made a map of the quickest way to do it. I didn't want to move. I was scared to touch him. Another snore sent me the message I needed to hear. This opportunity won't last. I forced my body into action. I grabbed his wrists and held them tighter. I slipped the tie under his wrists and pushed the end through the hole with desperate precision. I pulled it tight, and his body jerked. I quickly wrapped another one around his wrist and pulled it tight while he was still waking up. He immediately tried to pull his wrists apart. Oh, fuck! Stop! Oh, no. His whole body suddenly thrashed. I'll fucking kill you! I brandished the knife and held it to his throat. He recognized my threat, yet he still twitched, slicing himself slightly on the blade. I looked down to check if my zip tie still held strong, and I saw blood. He'd pulled so hard he cut himself on the plastic. Okay, I will let you go. Cut the ties and I'll let you go. I expected him to be scared, but this was different. He kept jerking and twisting as if the ties were burning him. He suddenly arched his back and yelled like an animal. "I let you go!" I jabbed the knife back up to his neck. "Shut up a second." He was shaking and sweating. "What? You can't handle a taste of your own medicine?" I flicked the knife under his chin, but he barely paid any attention. It was the zip ties that seemed to bother him. An incredulous soft scoff escaped me. "You can't take being tied up." He clenched his jaw, and his muscles jumped, injuring himself again on his bonds. It was clear as a confession to me. He was never very good at hiding his feelings. I couldn't help but laugh. It was a strange sound. Can't believe it. I raked the blade of the knife up his face, watching his reaction. He didn't scream or cry, but he definitely shook and breathed harder. "How many people did you do this to, I wonder?" He clenched his jaw, then answered, "Plenty. So you know you deserve this." This time it was him laughing, but it wasn't a laugh I'd heard before. It was dry and bitter. "Sure, if you believe in deserving." I slammed the knife through his bicep. This time he screamed, and I relished it. I watched his body sweat and his wrists tug again and again against the sharp plastic. I kept my grip on the knife. "Oh, I do, and you definitely deserve this." I twisted the knife in his flesh and watched him scream again. This time his cry ended in a pain-shuddering groan. I was interrupted by a flashing light on the other side of the room. I looked towards the light and saw his computer had woken up. A little pop-up read, "Upload complete." "What's this?" "Why don't you watch and find out?" I searched the screen, trying not to get lost in the multiple windows full of file lists and code. Then I saw a video file on his desktop. Fabana gutting. Those it. I ground my teeth. Didn't take a rocket scientist to guess what was in this file. I thought about ignoring him and leaving it, but I had a better idea. "All right, Strayed, let's watch it." I checked the file and the video started. I instantly recognized the basement, but in my usual spot there was someone else. It was a woman. She had dark hair and a softer build. Like me, she was in nothing but underwear. But the details I noticed most were her injuries. Fresh stitches and bloody bandages adorned her. One bandage was over half her face, covering what I could only assume was a missing eye. She was shaking and crying and begging to be let go. I gulped and almost turned away. No, she's already dead, and I am going to watch this. I gripped the hilt of the knife as if to choke it. This can be as much for her as it is for me. Strayed walked confidently into the shot. He was wearing almost the same outfit, except this time a bulky mask covered his head. He spent some time showing off his captive. "She was so pretty." "Shut up." "Here." It was the moment in the video I was waiting for. Strayed had taken out his knife and cut a shallow line across Anna's belly. I paused the video and returned to Strayed. "Too much for you, huh?" I could feel myself grinning widely at him. "One step at a time, buddy." I pushed his arms out of the way and pointed my knife right at his belly. Then, with great concentration, I started a shallow cut on him. He struggled and hissed in pain, but it was fairly easy to continue the cut. Once it was done, I admired my handiwork. Blood started to trickle from him in rivulets. He was quiet, confused. I went back to the computer and hit play. The straight in the video was talking, but I wasn't listening. I was only watching, waiting. No, wait! His voice was suddenly filled with panic. The real Strayed was bargaining and begging behind me now. He must have figured out what I was doing. I ignored him as I watched. Strayed pulled Anna's tongue out and held the knife up to it. In! Screams echoed all around me. Anna screamed in agony. The digital Strayed screaming with her. Strayed in the flesh screamed behind me as well. But it wasn't his usual echo of his victim's feelings. It was the scream of his own for once. Strayed lifted his bound legs and kicked at the wall before screaming for Ren again. I paused the video. Ren! I heard a bang at the door leading down the stairs. Then I heard it a few more times. I chuckled and turned to Strayed. Ren's not coming. I locked the door. Realization and terror crept into Strayed's face, and it filled me with excitement. I got in position over him, and then I shoved my knife in his mouth to force it open. Grabbing his tongue was difficult, but I didn't mind the challenge. I finally pinched it hard enough to pull it past his teeth. By now, his panic fell from his mouth in wordless noises just like Anna. I positioned the blade and slashed it through. A wet scream filled the basement and blood flowed from his mouth. His dead tongue dangled between my fingers, and I wondered to myself, that was so easy. I thought I'd be squeamish. I expected something inside me to fight this. But there was nothing. He waited patiently as blood spurted between his lips and stained his teeth red. Better hurry up if I want to finish this. He's losing a lot of blood. I left him to his choking and went back to the computer. Once again, the video took motion. Video Strayed, healthy and whole, held up his piece of tongue for the camera. I scoffed. Mine was already discarded on the floor. He took his time playing around with Anna. Tears streaked down her face, and after squinting a bit, I could see tears running down his neck, too. I felt my mouth twist in disgust. What the hell was wrong with him? I started to feel impatient. A tiny voice in the back of my head wondered if that was what I should be feeling. I ignored it and devoted my full attention to my task. Finally, Video Strayed made his next move. He returned to the shallow cut on Anna's belly. He suddenly plunged the knife inside her gut, and then he pulled it along the already bleeding line like it was a guide. I ignored the audio and her face. I blocked it out and focused my attention like a laser. I watched the motion of his hands, watched the path the blade took through her flesh, and as her struggling weakened, he plunged his thick fingers into the bleeding opening and pulled a slimy mass of intestines from inside her. My own stomach threatened to flip, but I pushed the sensation down. Clenching my jaw, I continued watching, cataloging his motions exactly. A whimper followed by wet drips behind me reminded me of my focus. I expected him to finish with her, but he moved again. He used his knife to saw off a handful of internal organs from her. Then he held her by her hair and shoved the bloody mass into her mouth. She wasn't struggling anymore. He kept fumbling with the flesh in her mouth, but at that point it was clear she was passing out. It was over. I closed the video, and then I turned back to Schrade. Still alive and struggling on the couch. Well, Strad, I approached him until I was looming over his body. You know what comes next, don't you? A gurgling scream was plenty confirmation for me. I played the video in my mind and followed along. I plunged the knife in just like he did. His screaming continued as I followed the line of blood and cut him open. I leaned down. You remember the next part? He coughed, yelled, and shook his head vigorously. Knowing that he'd never say another word without his tongue was satisfying. I shoved my finger inside of him just as he had done. I was shocked at how hot he was inside. Everything was wet, warm, and moving. I couldn't help but laugh. I knew I sounded a little insane, but I didn't care. I grasped a handful of his guts and pulled them out slowly. For a moment, I worried I wasn't grabbing the right organs. I had no idea what he grabbed or what was in my hand. But I suppose that detail wouldn't matter as much. The mask threatened to slip from my fingers. I had to grab harder to pull it out. It seemed to try and retreat back inside him. With a hunk of slimy intestine pulled out far enough to cut, I finally got back to work. I sawed through the mass until I was left with a piece the right size for his mouth. I looked back up at him and saw he was awake, but his eyes were glossing over. We're not done yet. Open wide. I smashed the innards into his mouth with great relish. He tried to turn his head, but I gripped a handful of his hair and slammed it backwards. His mouth opened wide and I shoved the grisly mass inside. I kept my hand over his twitching mouth and watched him struggle to breathe. But now we're both covered in his blood. All the heat, screams, moans, and blood began to fade. His pulse slowed under my fingertips, and then it stopped. I took a deep breath. I hadn't realized I'd been holding in. I slowly straightened up, looked back down at his corpse. The quiet hum of his computer was the only sound left. After a moment, I thought I spat on him. See you in hell, you piece of shit. The next moments were spent searching the room and easily finding his keys nearby. I took them to the door of the basement, unlatched the lock on my side, and eventually unlocked the door fully. I emerged into the nauseatingly normal suburban home. I looked and listened for the human fox Wren, but there was nothing. I assumed he heard what I had done. Maybe he's scared. I scoffed. Well, it's his house now, I guess. I found the door outside, and with no resistance at all, I opened it, and I stepped outside into the cool night air. I wiped down the blood off my hands and started limping down the street. Alls I got to say, y'alls, is that on that note, I'm feeling extremely uncharacteristically optimistic for whatever the year 2026 has to offer. Until next time, y'alls, this is Venom of Society. Rock out!